History is a lie written in the blood of the innocent and signed by the hands of kings. For 900 years, the Vatican and the monarchies of Europe have protected a secret so profound that it would not just dismantle the Church, but shatter the very concept of the human soul. In the year 1118, 9 men, the first Knights Templar, crawled into the dark, hollowed veins beneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They told the world they were there to protect pilgrims, but that was a cover for a much darker mission. Deep within the foundations of King Solomon's stables, they found something that was never meant to be touched by mortal hands. It was not the Holy Grail, it was not gold. It was an iron-bound box that emitted a frequency of such pure, unadulterated terror that it was described by the knights as a physical scream. This discovery didn't just change the knights, it broke them. They emerged from those tunnels with eyes that had seen the end of time, and minds that could no longer comprehend the prayers they once spoke. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. Imagine, if you will, the city of Jerusalem in the high summer of the 12th century. The sun is a heavy, golden weight upon the stone walls. The air is thick with the scent of cedar wood, dry dust, and the lingering aroma of frankincense from the nearby chapels. But as we move away from the bustling markets and the clatter of iron swords, we find a different world. A world of silence and long shadows dot in the shadows of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Standing on the site once known as the Temple of Solomon, 9 men are gathered. These are not the glorious warriors you see in the stained glass windows of cathedrals. They are tired. Their white mantles are stained with the red clay of the Judean hills. Their leader, Eustathians, is a man whose face is a map of hidden burdens. Beside him stands Godfrey de Saint-Omer. They have been granted this specific wing of the palace by King Baldwin II. The Crusader King of Jerusalem. The king believes they are here to keep the roads safe for the weary travelers coming from the ports of Jaffa. But if one were to watch these 9 knights, they would notice something strange. They do not patrol the roads. They do not sharpen their lances for battle. Instead, they spend their days and nights in the stables, beneath the ground where the air is cool and the stone is ancient. Listen to the sound of their shovels. It is a slow, rhythmic scraping against the limestone. Scrape, scrape. It is the sound of men digging through layers of time. Above them, the Crusader world is building kingdoms, but below them, the Templars are unearthing a tragedy. Jerusalem is a city built upon cities. Beneath the Christian chapels lie the Roman ruins, and beneath the Roman ruins lie the Jewish foundations, and beneath those foundations lie the tunnels of the ancients, carved into the bedrock before language itself was fully formed. The knights know this. They have maps that no library in Europe possesses. They have scrolls written in a dialect of Hebrew that had not been spoken for 1,000 years. The atmosphere in these tunnels is heavy. The oxygen is thin, causing the flames of their tallow candles to dance and flicker, casting long, distorted shadows against the damp walls. The knights do not speak. To speak would be to break the concentration required to hear the mountain, for the mountain was speaking to them. For weeks, they had felt a vibration, a low, subsonic hum that resonated in the marrow of their bones. It was not a sound one hears with the ears, but a sound one feels in the teeth. It was a warning. As we descend deeper into the earth with them, feel the temperature drop. The heat of the Jerusalem sun is now a distant memory. Here, the air tastes of salt and old iron. The walls are narrow, forcing the knights to move in a single silent file. Their armor clinks softly, a rhythmic metallic chime that echoes down the dark corridors. Hughes de Payan stops. He raises his candle. Before him is a wall of stones that do not match the rest of the foundation. These stones are larger, smoother, and cold to the touch. They are the stones of the inner sanctum. They are the stones that were meant to keep something in historical records. Often gloss over the first decade of the Knights Templar. They call it the empty 10 years, a period where the order grew not in numbers but in mystery. Why did 9 men stay in a hole in the ground for 10 years without recruiting a single new member? The answer lies in the psychological weight of what they were doing. Every inch of earth they removed was a step away from the world they knew. They were scholars of the dark. They were digging toward a truth that they knew would destroy their faith. Godfrey de Saint Omer reached out his hand and touched the smooth stone. It was vibrating. The hum was louder now, a rhythmic pulsing that seemed to synchronize with his own heartbeat. He felt a wave of nausea, a sudden inexplicable sense of grief. It was as if the stone itself was mourning. They began to remove the blocks, one by one. The physical labor was grueling, but the knights worked with a frantic, desperate energy. They were no longer soldiers. They were surgeons, cutting into the heart of the world. As the final stone was pulled away, a gust of air rushed out from the void beyond. It was air that had not moved since the reign of King Solomon. It was cold. It was stale. And it carried with it a sound. At first, it was like the wind through a narrow canyon. But as the knights stood frozen, their candles casting a weak light into the newly opened chamber, the sound changed. It became a chorus of whispers, 1,000 voices speaking at once in a language that felt like a cold finger tracing the spine. And then they saw it. In the center of the small circular chamber. Resting on a pedestal of unpolished obsidian sat a box. It was not what they expected. It was not the Ark of the Covenant, draped in gold and flanked by cherubim. It was a simple, rectangular chest made of a black, matte iron that seemed to absorb the light of their candles. There were no hinges. There was no lock. The entire surface was covered in a tight, intricate lattice of silver wire, wound so closely that it looked like a shroud. And from this box, the vibration was coming. It was the scream, not a vocalization, but a psychic output of such intense suffering that Hughes de Payan fell to his knees. He covered his ears, but the sound was inside his head. It was the sound of a billion voices realizing they had been abandoned. It was the sound of the void. The other knights backed away, their faces pale, their eyes wide with a terror that surpassed the fear of death. They had faced the Saracen armies on the battlefield. They had seen the horrors of the siege of Jerusalem. But this was different. This was a moral terror. This was the realization that the universe they inhabited was built upon a foundation of absolute silence. For hours, the knights could not move. They sat in the darkness of the sub-basement, the black box pulsing in the center of the room. The scream eventually settled into a low, mournful moan, a sound that would haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. Hughes de Payan was the first to approach. He was a man of immense will, a man who had dedicated his life to the service of the divine. But as he stood before the iron chest, he felt his faith evaporating like mist in the sun. He noticed that the silver wires were not just decoration. They were etched with symbols that predated the cross, predated the star, predated the crescent. These were the symbols of the first builders, the ones who understood that the world was a prison, and that certain things had to remain locked away for the safety of the human mind. The knights realized then that their mission had changed. They were no longer protectors of the Holy Land. They were the new jailers. They began to understand the moral decay that the box represented. The scrolls they found in the corners of the room explained the secret that the church had spent centuries trying to erase. The secret was this: the entity that the world worshipped was not the creator, but the guard. And the real spark of the divine was what was trapped inside that screaming box. Can you imagine the psychological collapse of a holy warrior realizing his entire life was a service to a prison warden? The air in the tunnel felt heavier now, like liquid lead. The knights looked at each other, and in that moment the Brotherhood of the Templars was truly born. Not in light, but in a shared, forbidden darkness. They decided then that the world was not ready. If the people of Europe, if the kings and the peasants knew that their prayers were being intercepted, that their God was a silent machine of containment, the social order would vanish in a day. They had to hide the box, but they also had to study it. They had to find a way to silence the scream. Over the next few months, the 9 knights became ghosts. They rarely left the Temple Mount. When they did not speak to anyone. King Baldwin II began to grow suspicious, but the knights had found something else in the tunnel's gold. Vast quantities of ancient, uncoined gold that they used to buy the king's silence. But the gold was the least of their discoveries. They were learning the grammar of reality from the box. They were learning how to manipulate the shadows, how to build structures that resonated with the frequency of the scream, and how to create a financial empire that would eventually hold the kings of Europe in its debt. But at what cost? Godfrey de Saint-Omer began to lose his sight, not because of a disease, but because his eyes could no longer focus on the physical world. He was seeing the threads of the lie. He saw the cathedrals as cages. He saw the priests as blind men leading the blind. The group of 9 had become a hive mind. Bound together by the vibration of the black iron, they were no longer individuals. They were the keepers of the Third Testament. The knights knew they could not keep the box in Jerusalem forever. The city was too volatile, too many eyes were watching. They needed to move the secret to a place where it could be hidden in plain sight, buried beneath the very stones of the new world they were planning to build. But as they prepared to transport the chest, something happened. Something that would define the next stage of their tragedy. Godfrey de Saint-Omer, the man who had first touched the box, could no longer bear the visions. One night, while the others slept in the cold stone of the stables, he took a branding iron from the forge. He did not do it out of madness. He did it out of a desperate, holy need for silence. When Hugues de Payens woke the next morning, he found Godfrey sitting in front of the iron box. His face was calm, but his eyes were gone. He had burned them out, leaving only charred sockets. When Hugues asked him why, Godfrey simply smiled, a soft, terrifyingly peaceful smile, and whispered, "I had to stop seeing the lie. Now I only see the truth. And the truth is much, much darker than the dark." But what was the truth that Godfrey saw? And what did the knights find when they finally forced the iron box to open? The answer lay not in the scrolls, but in the physical transformation of the knights themselves. They were no longer human. And the world was about to find out why. While Godfrey de Saint-Omer sat in the darkness of his own making, the remaining 8 knights began the arduous task of translating the scrolls found within the obsidian chamber. These were not the scrolls of the Torah, nor were they the lost Gospels of the Gnostics. They were written in a script that seemed to shift. Under the flickering candlelight, a language that Hughes Depayens called the grammar of the first breath. As we listen to the scratch of their quills against parchment, let us understand the weight of what they were reading. The Third Testament did not speak of a God of love, nor a God of judgment. It spoke of the great architect of the void, an entity that did not create life, but harvested it. According to these ancient texts, the physical world was a sophisticated filtration system, a machine designed to distill human suffering into a specific frequency. The Knights, who had spent their lives believing they were warriors for the light, found themselves reading a blueprint for a cosmic slaughterhouse. The text claimed that the heavens were not empty, but occupied by watchers who maintained the illusion of divinity to keep the harvest flowing. The box, the iron chest with its silver shroud, was a leak. It was a fragment of the reality outside the machine, a piece of the original void that had been smuggled into the world by a rebellion that occurred before the stars were formed. The scream was not a sound of malice. It was the sound of the original purity of the universe trying to exist within the pollution of physical matter. The informative depth of these scrolls provided the Knights with more than just a crisis of faith. It gave them power. They learned that by manipulating certain geometric shapes and frequencies, they could stutter the machine. They could carve out pockets of time where the Watchers could not see them. This is why the Templars would go on to build their churches in circular shapes, unlike the traditional cruciform cathedrals of the time. They were not building houses of worship. They were building shielding chambers. As the nights bled into months, the Knights changed. They stopped eating meat. They slept only 3 hours a day. Their skin took on a translucent, waxy quality, and their eyes, those that still had them, became unnaturally bright. They were being tuned to the box. Hughes Depayens realized that they could not destroy the box, nor could they leave it. If they left it, someone less disciplined would find it and accidentally collapse the walls between the worlds. They had to become the wall. They had to become the Order of the Cage. By the year 1128, 10 years after their descent into the tunnels, the Knights knew they had to return to Europe. The Kingdom of Jerusalem was becoming too crowded, and the whispers of their strange behavior had reached the ears of the Patriarch. They packed the iron box into a crate of heavy lead, lined with the same silver lattice they had found in the chamber. To the outside world, it looked like a shipment of holy relics. But to the Knights, it felt like they were carrying a dying sun. The journey across the Mediterranean was a journey of silence. The sailors complained of strange dreams, visions of a sky made of black glass and stars that blinked like eyes. But the Knights remained on the deck, standing in a circle around the leaden crate, their lips moving in silent, rhythmic equations rather than prayers. When they arrived in France, they did not go to the king. They went to a man who held more power than any monarch, Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard was the most powerful mystic and politician of the age. He was the architect of the Cistercian order, a man of iron will and terrifying intellect. The meeting took place in a secluded monastery, far from the prying eyes of the Vatican spies. Historical accounts say that the Council of Troyes was convened to officially recognize the Templars as a religious order. But the hidden truth is much darker. When Hughes Depayens opened the leaden crate in Bernard's private cell, the scream filled the room. Bernard, a man who had spent his life in meditation, did not recoil. He fell to his knees, not in prayer, but in recognition. "You have found the key," Bernard whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of horror and awe. "And now we must build the lock." Bernard understood the implications immediately. The church was a necessary lie to keep the masses from falling into the despair of the void, but the Templars would be the secret church, the guardians of the actual reality. This is where the moral decay truly began. To protect the secret, Bernard and the 9 Knights realized they would have to infiltrate every level of European society. They would become the world's first bankers, not to gain wealth, but to control the flow of human movement. They would build cathedrals, not to honor God, but to anchor the frequency of the box across the continent. They created the Latin Rule, a set of strict codes that governed every second of a Templar's life. To the public, it was a code of piety. To the initiated, it was a manual for maintaining the psychological shielding required to live in proximity to the scream. With the backing of Bernard of Clairvaux and the Pope's official blessing, the Order of the Temple exploded in size. But the original 9 remained the inner circle, the only ones who knew the true contents of the crate. They began a feverish building campaign across Europe and the Levant. If you look at the map of Templar commanderies from the 12th century, you will see they form a pattern-specific, overlapping series of circles that mirror the silver lattice on the iron box. In London, they built the new Temple Church. In Portugal, the Convent of Christ. These buildings were architectural anomalies. They were round, based on the Holy Sepulchre, but with specific acoustic properties. If you were to stand in the center of a Templar round church today, in the silence of the evening you might notice that the echoes do not behave correctly. The sound does not bounce. It seems to be pulled toward the center of the floor. This was by design. The Knights were using the grammar of the first breath to turn their churches into dampening fields. The iron box was moved from commandery to commandery, never staying in one place for more than a year. Wherever the box went, the scream was absorbed by the heavy stone walls and the specific vibrations of the Knights, chanting but the box was demanding a higher price. The silver lattice was beginning to fray. The frequency was becoming more aggressive, more desperate. The Knights found that the only way to stabilize the box was through moral substitution. This is a concept found in the Third Testament that claims the void can be appeased by the voluntary acceptance of suffering. The Templars began to engage in rituals that the outside world would eventually call heresy. They spat upon the cross, not because they hated Christ, but because they were ritually rejecting the Watchers and their machine. They practiced the kiss of shame, a ritual of absolute humility and the stripping of the ego. To the Vatican, these were signs of corruption. To the Templars, they were the only way to keep the sky from falling. They were taking the rot of the world into themselves, acting as a spiritual lightning rod for the entire human race. Imagine the psychological burden of these men. By day, they were the most respected warriors in Christendom. By night, they were in the bowels of their commanderies, engaging in forbidden acts to keep an ancient, screaming terror from waking up. The retention of their secret was total. Any knight who showed signs of weakness, any initiate who glimpsed the truth before they were ready, was erased. They would be sent to the isolated fortresses in the east, never to be heard from again. The order was becoming a machine of its own, a shadow empire built upon a foundation of absolute, screaming truth. For nearly 2 centuries, the Templars maintained the lock. They became the wealthiest entity in the world, lending money to kings and popes alike. But wealth was a side effect, a tool to ensure that no one would dare to question their autonomy. However, in the shadows of the Vatican, a new power was rising. A group of scholars and inquisitors who had found fragments of the same scrolls the Templars had unearthed in Jerusalem. They began to call themselves the Eyes of the Throne. They noticed the patterns. They noticed that wherever the Templars built, the local population became quieter, less prone to the religious ecstasies that the church relied upon for control. The people were becoming clear. They were no longer fueling the machine of the Watchers. The Vatican realized that the Templars were not just protecting pilgrims. They were sabotaging the harvest. In the late 13th century, a series of strange occurrences began to plague the Templar commanderies. Knights were found dead in their cells, their bodies appearing as if they had been turned into glass, brittle, transparent, and hollow. The scream was no longer being contained by the silver lattice. It was starting to leak through the knights themselves. The moral decay was reaching its terminal phase. The original purpose of the order to be the jailers of the void was being corrupted by the very power they sought to contain. Some of the high-ranking masters began to believe that the scream should be released. They began to worship the void, seeing it as the only true liberation from the prison of the world. This was the heresy of the inner circle. A schism formed within the order between those who wanted to keep the lock and those who wanted to open the door. In 1307, the tension reached a breaking point. King Philip IV of France, heavily in debt to the order and coached by the Vatican's eyes, decided to strike. But he didn't do it for the money. He did it because he had seen a vision of what would happen if the Templars succeeded in their final ritual. He saw a world where the sun went out, where the sky shattered like a mirror, and where every human soul was returned to the cold, screaming purity of the void, to a king who loved his power and a church that loved its harvest. This was the ultimate nightmare. On the morning of Friday, October 13, 1307, the order went out. In a coordinated strike across France, thousands of Templars were arrested simultaneously. They were charged with heresy, sodomy, and spitting on the cross, but these were just words for the public. The real mission of the king's soldiers was to find the iron box. They raided the Paris Temple, the most fortified building in Europe. They tore down the tapestries, smashed the altars, and dug into the sub-basements. They found the gold. They found the ledgers. But they did not find the box. The Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, had known the strike was coming. He had seen it in the vibrations of the scream months before, while the soldiers were battering down the doors. A small group of knights, the descendants of the original 9, were slipping out through the sewers of Paris. They carried a heavy, lead-lined crate. They did not flee to another country. They fled to the one place the church could not follow, into the silence of the forgotten places. The knights who were captured underwent horrific tortures. The inquisitors didn't want confessions of heresy. They wanted the grammar of the first breath. They wanted to know how to control the frequencies. They wanted the box, but the Templars had been trained for 200 years to resist the pain of the physical world. To them, the red-hot irons and the rack were nothing compared to the psychic scream. They had lived with every day of their lives. They died in the fires of the stake, their lips sealed, their eyes fixed on a horizon that no one else could see. Jacques de Molay, as the flames rose around him, cursed the king and the pope, but it wasn't a curse of anger. It was a statement of fact. "The lock is broken," he is reported to have whispered as the smoke filled his lungs. "The Watchers are hungry, and you have just killed the only men who knew how to feed them." The Order of the Temple was officially dissolved in 1312. Their lands were given to the Hospitallers. Their leaders were executed and their records were burned. The Vatican declared the secret dead, but you cannot kill a frequency. Across the world today, the Templar legacy remains hidden in plain sight. In the ruins of their commanderies, in the specific proportions of the great cathedrals, and in the strange, rhythmic patterns of the global financial system. Some say the iron box was taken to the mountains of Scotland, buried beneath a chapel called Rosslyn. Others say it was taken to the New World, hidden in a pit on an island covered in oak trees. But if you listen closely to the stories, if you look at the moral decay that seems to seep through the cracks of our modern institutions, you might begin to wonder, was the box ever really hidden? Or was it integrated? Perhaps the Templars didn't lose. Perhaps they realized that the only way to protect the secret was to make it the foundation of the world itself. Think of the silence in an empty cathedral at midnight. Think of the low hum of the power lines that crisscross our cities. Think of the inexplicable feeling of dread that sometimes washes over you for no reason at all. Is that your soul reacting to the world? Or is it the faint, distant echo of the box that screamed beneath the temple mount? The knights are gone, their white mantles turned to dust. But the Third Testament remains, written in the very geometry of our lives. We are living in the cage they built, breathing the air they filtered, and praying to a silence that they managed to keep. The church believes it won. The kings believe they are free. But in the dark, hollowed veins of the earth, the vibration continues, pulse, a rhythmic reminder that we are not alone in our prison. As you lie there, in the stillness of your room, feel the weight of the air around you. It is the same air that Hughes de Payens breathed in the tunnels of Jerusalem. It is the same silence that Godfrey de Saint-Omer sought. When he put out his eyes, the story of the Templars is not a story of a lost treasure. It is a story of a lost reality, a truth so heavy that it required an entire empire to bury it. But there is one part of the story that the Vatican fears more than the box itself. It is the story of what happened to the knight who chose darkness over the lie. Godfrey de Saint-Omer did not die in the tunnels. He did not die in the fires of Paris. He was seen centuries later, walking the halls of a monastery in the Alps, his charred sockets still weeping a silver fluid that did not belong to this world. He was not a ghost. He was something else. A witness. In our next chapter, we will follow the shadow of the blind knight into the heart of the Vatican's most private archive. We will discover the ritual he performed to separate his soul from the machine, and the terrifying price he paid to become the first human to truly see the Watchers. The box was just the beginning. The real war was for the eyes of the soul, and as the candlelight flickers one last time, remember, some secrets are not kept in boxes. Some secrets are kept in the very way we see the light. Imagine the most precious gift you possess, the ability to see the faces of those you love, the golden hue of the morning sun and the path beneath your feet. Now imagine a horror so absolute, a betrayal of reality so profound, that you would willingly take a white-hot branding iron and press it into your own sockets just to make the images stop. This was the fate of Godfrey de Saint-Omer, one of the founding 9 of the Knights Templar. He did not go mad. He did not lose his sight to battle or disease. He chose the darkness because he realized that human eyes are not windows to the soul. but lenses for a cosmic prison. He discovered that the world we see is a curated lie, a visual shroud designed by an ancient, predatory entity to keep us from noticing the gears of the machine. The Church calls it faith. The Templars called it the optical cage. When Godfrey looked into the black iron box beneath the Temple Mount, he didn't just see a secret. He saw the blueprint of a divine parasite feeding on the very light that enters our pupils. To save his soul, he had to destroy his senses. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand why a man would choose the ultimate darkness, we must first understand the man who stood in the light. Godfrey de Saint-Omer was not a peasant looking for adventure. He was a nobleman of Flanders, a man whose lineage was etched into the very stones of European history. His family were the Lords of Saint-Omer, a powerful seat of influence that commanded respect from the highest courts of France and the Low Countries. In the medieval mind, sight was considered the most divine of the five senses. The philosophers of the time, influenced by the works of Plato and the later Arabic scholars like Alhazen, believed in the theory of extramission. They believed that the eye did not just receive light, but emitted a subtle, invisible fire that reached out to touch the world. To see something was to connect with its essence. For a knight like Godfrey, his sight was his survival. It was the tool he used to judge the distance of a charging horse, the glint of an enemy's blade, and the sanctity of the altar. Godfrey was a man of deep, contemplative silence. While the other crusaders boasted of their kills and their plunder, Godfrey was often found in the quiet corners of the Latin kingdom's libraries. He was a student of the stars and the hidden geometries of the earth. When he joined Hughes de Payens to form the Poor Knights of Christ, he wasn't seeking glory. He was seeking the source of the vibration that he felt every time he stood on the sacred ground of Jerusalem. The Temple Mount, or the Haram al-Sharif, is a place where the veil between worlds is notoriously thin. Even today, archaeologists speak of the strange acoustic and electromagnetic anomalies found within its subterranean chambers. In 1118, Godfrey was the one who led the descent. He was the one who insisted that they dig deeper, past the Herodian stones, past the Roman foundations, into the bedrock itself. He was the first to see the obsidian chamber. He was the first to see the black iron box with its silver wire shroud. And in that moment of discovery, the invisible fire of his eyes touched something that was never meant to be perceived by a mortal mind: the Third Testament. The forbidden text found alongside the box contained a chapter that the Templars referred to as the Canon of the Eye. It explained a terrifying concept that we, in our modern world, might compare to a digital simulation. But for the knights of the 12th century, it was a spiritual apocalypse. The text claimed that the Watchers, the entities that maintain the physical world, use the human visual system as an anchor. Every time we look at a tree, a mountain, or another human being, we are inadvertently confirming the reality of the prison. Our sight acts as a glue that holds the illusion together. The Third Testament called this the consensus of the blind. As Godfrey studied these texts in the dim light of the temple stables, he began to practice a form of visual fasting. He would spend hours in total darkness, training his mind to stop projecting the invisible fire of his sight. He began to notice that when he closed his eyes for long enough, the low-frequency hum of the iron box began to resolve into images. These were not images of the world he knew. They were images of a world of pure, shifting geometry, a world where there was no distance, no time, and no suffering. He saw that the physical world was a thin, fragile layer of paint over a vast, infinite ocean of light. But the paint was poisonous. He realized that as long as his eyes were functional, they would always be drawn back to the paint. They would always be deceived by the colors and the shapes of the prison. His sight was the chain that kept him tethered to the harvest. Imagine the psychological tension of this realization. Godfrey was a warrior monk, a man who swore to protect the church. Yet, every time he looked at a crucifix, he now saw a visual anchor used to channel human grief toward the watchers. Every time he looked at the face of his brothers, he saw the flickering, unstable nature of their physical forms. He began to see the glitches in the world. He saw shadows that moved independently of the light. He saw faces in the clouds that were not patterns of moisture, but the literal faces of the entities watching the world. The more he knew, the more the world became a horror film that he could never turn off. The decision was made on a night when the moon was hidden behind a shroud of thick, gray clouds over Jerusalem. The air was stagnant, filled with the smell of old stone and the metallic tang of the forge. Godfrey descended into the deepest part of the stables. The other 8 knights were there, standing in a circle, their faces illuminated by the orange glow of a small furnace. They did not try to stop him. They had all read the scrolls. They all felt the weight of the optical cage, but Godfrey was the only one with the courage to break his own windows. In medieval metallurgy, the temperature of the iron can be judged by its color. First, it is a dull red, then a bright cherry, and finally a blinding, sun-like white. This white heat is the point of no return. It is the temperature at which the metal is most receptive to the will of the smith. Godfrey took a thin, elongated branding iron, a tool usually used to mark the horses of the order. He placed the tip into the coals. As the heat rose, he began to recite the Liturgy of the Unseen, a prayer from the Third Testament that asks for the removal of the false world. The sound of the bellows was a rhythmic, heavy breath. Whoosh, whoosh. It mirrored the pounding of Godfrey's heart. He was not afraid. He felt a strange, cold peace. He looked at the iron as it turned white. It was the last thing he would ever see with his physical eyes. And he wanted it to be a light of his own making, not the stolen light of the watchers. He took the iron from the forge. The heat radiating from it was so intense that it singed the hair on his arms. He looked at Hughes de Payens. The Grand Master's face was wet with tears, but his expression was one of absolute reverence. He knew that Godfrey was becoming the Order's first true seer. Godfrey sat on a stone bench. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scorched air of the chamber. He did not hesitate. He brought the white-hot iron to his right eye. The sound was a sharp, wet hiss, followed by the smell of ozone and burnt flesh. But Godfrey did not scream. The pain was an explosion of white light in his mind, a light so bright that it eclipsed the false world in an instant. For a second, the optical cage shattered. He saw the room as it truly was, a collection of vibrating energy, translucent and beautiful. Then he did the left. The darkness that followed was not the darkness of an empty room. It was the darkness of a deep, quiet ocean. The physical world vanished. The walls, the furnace, the faces of his brothers, all gone. In their place was the resonance. He could feel the iron box pulsing in the center of the room like a second heart. He could feel the movement of the air as a physical touch against his skin. He could hear the thoughts of the men around him as soft, musical notes. He had traded the lie of the eyes for the truth of the spirit. The healing process for Godfrey was not a medical event, but an alchemical one. Under the care of the order's most trusted physicians, his wounds did not fester. They did not even scar in the traditional sense. Instead of the usual fluids of the body, a strange, viscous silver substance began to weep from his charred sockets. The knights collected this fluid in small glass vials, believing it to be liquid insight, the physical manifestation of the Third Testament's power. They found that if they rubbed a drop of this silver fluid on their own eyelids, they too could briefly see through the walls of the Temple Mount. Godfrey remained in a state of deep trance for 40 days. During this time he did not eat or drink. His body became lean and hard, his skin turning the color of ancient ivory. When he finally spoke, his voice had changed. It was no longer the voice of a nobleman of Flanders. It was a voice that seemed to vibrate at the same frequency as the iron box. He told them that the Watchers were furious. By blinding himself, he had created a blind spot in their surveillance. He was a ghost in their machine. He could go places their influence could not reach. He could see their movements before they happened. "They are not gods," Godfrey whispered to Hughes de Payens. "They are mechanics. They are architects of a dying house, and they are afraid of the dark." Godfrey became the Order's primary navigator. He didn't need maps. He could feel the veins of energy that run through the earth. He led the knights to the specific locations where the filter of reality was thinnest. This is how the Templars discovered the hidden gold of the Solomon era, and how they identified the locations for their future commanderies in Europe. But the most profound change was his relationship with the box. Godfrey no longer heard the scream as a sound of terror. To him, it was a song of liberation. He would sit for hours with his hand resting on the black iron, his head tilted as if listening to a distant conversation. He was translating the grammar of the first breath. Directly from the source, the other knights began to look at him with a mixture of fear and awe. He was no longer one of them. He had become a living relic, a bridge between the prison and the void. He was the first human in 1,000 years to live entirely within the truth dot. As the years passed and the Templars returned to Europe, the legend of the Blind Knight began to spread through the secret channels of the Vatican. The Church, which relied on the visual splendor of its cathedrals and the miracle of the eyes to maintain its hold over the people, saw Godfrey as the ultimate threat. They understood that if the people learned that their eyes were being used against them, the entire structure of the Church would collapse. The Vatican's secret department, the Eyes of the Throne, was tasked with capturing Godfrey. They wanted to study his silver tears. They wanted to know how he had managed to unplug himself from the machine. This period of history is marked by a series of strange, unrecorded optical inquisitions across France and Italy. Monks and scholars who were seen wearing blindfolds or who advocated for inner light meditation were arrested and disappeared. The Church was trying to cauterize the leak that Godfrey had created, but Godfrey was impossible to catch. He moved through the world like a shadow. He was reported to be in multiple places at once, a phenomenon the Templar texts called bilocation of the unseen. Because he was no longer anchored by his own sight, his physical form was no longer strictly bound by the laws of space and time. In 1145, a group of papal assassins cornered a man they believed to be Godfrey in a remote mountain pass in the Pyrenees. They described a man with a white cloth wrapped around his head, standing perfectly still in the middle of a blizzard. When they drew their swords, the man didn't move. He didn't even breathe. As they approached, they realized that they couldn't actually focus their eyes on him. The space around him was warped, shimmering like heat haze on a summer road. When they tried to strike, their blades passed through him as if he were made of smoke. The knight turned his head toward them, and through the white cloth, they felt a gaze that was colder than the ice around them. The assassins fled, their minds shattered. They reported back to Rome that the Templars were no longer men, but emptiness wrapped in silk. This fear is what eventually led to the Church's obsession with the shroud, a visual representation of Christ, that they hoped would re-anchor the eyes of the faithful. They were in a desperate race to create a more powerful visual lie than the truth Godfrey had revealed. Under Godfrey's guidance, the architecture of the Templar order took a radical turn. While the rest of Christendom was building the great Gothic cathedrals, vast, light-filled spaces designed to overwhelm the senses, the Templars began building their rotundas. If you visit the Temple Church in London or the Round Church in Cambridge, you are standing in a space designed by a blind man. There are no stained glass windows depicting the lives of the saints. There are no ornate frescoes of heaven and hell. The space is circular, symmetrical, and focused entirely on the center. The acoustic properties of these buildings were calibrated to the frequency of the silver tiers. Godfrey taught the architects how to use negative geometry, shapes that absorb light and sound rather than reflecting it. The goal was to create a sensory vacuum, a place where the watchers could not follow the worshippers. In these round churches, the knights would engage in dark meditations. They would stand in the center, blindfolded, and chant the equations of the Third Testament. They were practicing how to see without eyes, how to navigate the void, and how to maintain their blind spot. Even in the heart of the Church's empire. This is why the Templars were often accused of worshipping in secret. The public was never allowed inside the round churches during the high rituals. They were told it was for the knight's own protection. But the truth was that the rituals were designed to dismantle the very reality the public relied upon. Think of the psychological decay that must have occurred within the order. On one hand, they were the most powerful bankers and warriors in the world. On the other, they were a cult of the blind, led by a man who had burned his own eyes to escape the world they were, supposedly protecting. The moral failure that the viral mandate speaks of is not a failure of character, but a failure of the human condition. The Templars realized that you cannot be good in a world that is fundamentally a lie. To be truly holy, you have to be other. You have to be outside the system. And that meant the rejection of everything human, starting with the senses. Godfrey de Saint-Omer did not die in 1130 as the official records state. That was a lie told to protect him from the Church's relentless pursuit. The inner circle of the Templars moved him to a hidden commandery in the Alps, a fortress carved into the side of a mountain where the snow never melts and the air is so thin that the watchers struggle to maintain their hold. There, Godfrey lived for another 80 years. He became the oracle of the ice. Knights would travel from across Europe to sit at his feet, not to hear him speak, but to simply be in the presence of his blind spot. It was said that a few minutes in his company could cure a man of his grief, his fear, and his desires, for those are all products of the visual lie. In his final years, his body began to lose its physical density. He became translucent, his skin glowing with a soft silver light. He no longer slept in the traditional sense. He entered a state of vitrinal vigil, where his consciousness was permanently merged with the frequency of the iron box. On the night he finally vanished, the monks at the commandery reported that the mountainside glowed with a light that had no source. There was no sound, only a profound, heavy silence that felt like a hand resting on the heart. When they entered his cell, they found only the white cloth he had used to wrap his head. It was cold to the touch and smelled of ozone and ancient cedar. Godfrey had not died. He had simply completed his journey into the dark. He had moved beyond the paint into the ocean of the void, but he left something behind. A warning. He left a series of drawings etched into the stone floor of his cell with a silver stylus. They were not pictures, but diagrams of the stars that do not exist in our sky. Alongside them, he wrote a final message in the grammar of the first breath. The light is the wall. The dark is the door. Do not trust what you see. Trust only what you cannot lose. As you lie here, in the safety of your room, consider your own eyes. They are currently closed, resting in the darkness. In this moment, you are closer to Godfrey's truth than you are during the day. The world around you, the furniture, the walls, the streetlights outside is still there, but it has lost its visual power over you. In the darkness, your other senses begin to wake up. You hear the soft hum of the house. You feel the weight of the blankets. You sense the space in the room. This is the beginning of the unseeing. This is the first step toward the door. The Templars knew that the greatest secret was not hidden in a box, but in the way we perceive reality. They knew that the moral decay of the world was a result of the visual lie. And they knew that one day, the lie would become so thin that everyone would be forced to see the truth. Godfrey's blinding was the first step, but it was not the only secret the founding nine brought back from Jerusalem. While Godfrey focused on the eyes, another knight, a man of scrolls and ancient languages, focused on the words. He found that the Third Testament was not just a book of philosophy, but a map to a specific location in the desert, a place where the unwritten gospel was still being spoken by the wind, a place where the first lie was told and where it could be unmade. In our next chapter, we will follow the Templars back into the burning sands of the Levant. We will discover the gospel of the void, a text so dangerous that the Vatican ordered the destruction of entire libraries just to ensure its name was forgotten. We will learn why the knights began to speak in a language that had no sound, and what they found in the city of the nameless that led them to betray the Pope himself. The darkness is deep, but the story is just beginning. The box is open, the eyes are closed, and the desert is waiting. Every word you have ever prayed, every scripture you have ever held sacred, and every promise of salvation you have been told is a carefully constructed diversion. The Bible was never intended to be the final word. It was designed as a gatehouse to keep you from the truth that lies beyond the horizon of faith. In the scorching, desolate heart of the Judean desert, the founding nine of the Templar Order discovered something the Vatican has spent nearly a millennium trying to incinerate: the unwritten gospel. This was not a book of ink and paper, but a series of resonant frequencies etched into the very silicate of the desert sands, a forbidden testament that predates the arrival of man. It reveals a betrayal so ancient it makes the fall of Lucifer look like a minor disagreement. It claims that humanity was not created to be loved, but to be a biological storage device for a truth that the Creator could not destroy. When the knights first heard the wind speaking these words through the canyons, they realized that the church was not saving souls, but harvesting them. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To find the source of the secret, we must travel away from the stone walls of Jerusalem, deep into the landscape where the earth itself seems to have been scorched by the breath of a forgotten god. The Judean desert is not merely a place of sand and heat. It is a landscape of silence, so profound it becomes a physical weight upon the chest. In the autumn of 1118, 3 of the original 9 knights used Dupayens, André de Montbard, and the scholar knight Archambault de Saint-Emond left the safety of the Temple Mount. They did not take horses. The animals could not handle the terrain they were entering. They moved on foot, their heavy white mantles soon turning the color of the dry, ochre earth. They were following a lead found in the obsidian chamber beneath the temple. It was a set of coordinates not based on the stars we see tonight, but on the static stars, the celestial bodies that were visible before the Great Flood. Their destination was a place known in the scrolls as the Valley of the Seven Echoes. Imagine the sensory experience of this journey. The sun is a relentless, punishing eye in a sky the color of bleached bone. Every step kicks up a fine alkaline dust that coats the throat and stings the eyes. The only sound is the rhythmic clinking of their chainmail, a metallic, lonely chime in the vast emptiness. Hughes Dupayens carried with him a small, silver compass that did not point north. Instead, the needle spun frantically, reacting to the magnetic anomalies of the desert floor. They were entering a zone where the physical laws of the world began to fray. As the sun began to set, casting long, purple shadows across the jagged canyons, the knights noticed something strange. The wind, which usually howls through the rocks, began to take on a melodic quality. It wasn't the sound of air passing through stone. It was the sound of a voice, thousands of voices chanting in a language that existed before the Tower of Babel. This was the first hint of the unwritten gospel. The desert was speaking, not in metaphors, but in a literal sonic transmission. The knights stopped. They sat in the cooling sand, their heads bowed. They realized that the Desert Fathers, the early Christian mystics who lived in these caves, hadn't come here to find God. They had come here to listen to the broadcast of the void. History tells us that the Dead Sea scrolls were found by a shepherd boy in 1947, but the archives of the Templar Inner Circle tell a different story. They found the Mother Cave nearly 800 years earlier, the Cave of the Seven. Echoes was hidden behind a waterfall of dry sand. When the knights pushed through the veil, they found themselves in a chamber that was unnaturally cold. The walls were lined with jars, but they were not made of clay. They were made of a dense, translucent glass that felt like ice. Inside these jars were the scrolls of the Third Testament. But when Archambault de Saint-Emond reached out to touch them, he gasped. The scrolls were blank. They were not made of parchment or papyrus. They were made of a material that looked like woven light. Under the torchlight, the surfaces were white, empty, and terrifying. Hughes Dupayens felt a wave of despair. Had they traveled all this way for a library of ghosts? But Archambault the scholar remembered the grammar of the first breath. He realized that the unwritten gospel was not meant to be read with the eyes, but to be absorbed by the spirit. He began to hum the frequency he had learned from the iron. Box beneath the temple, the reaction was immediate. The blank scrolls began to glow. A script appeared on the surface, not in ink, but in a shifting, iridescent series of symbols that moved like liquid. This was the living language. It was a form of communication where the symbol didn't just represent an idea. It was the idea Da as the symbols flowed across the scrolls. The knights began to see the true history of the world. They saw the first builders, the architects who had constructed the physical world as a containment unit. They saw that the Word of God in the Bible was a simplified, distorted version of this original. Complex code, the unwritten gospel explained that the creator of the physical world was a lower entity, a craftsman who had mistaken his ability to build for the right to rule. This entity, the one the Templars would eventually call the Demiurge, had built the human body as a cage for a spark of the true infinite void. The information was overwhelming. It was a linguistic heresy that threatened to dissolve their very identities. They learned that every time a human speaks a word in a modern language, they are inadvertently reinforcing the walls of their own prison. To speak is to agree to the terms of the cage. This is why the knights began to practice a form of noble silence. They realized that the only way to remain free was to stop participating in the language of the lie. They were the first men in history to understand that the greatest secret isn't something you tell. It's something you stop saying. The origin of these light scrolls predates any known civilization. According to the internal chronology of the Third Testament, they were deposited in the desert by a group of exiles from a reality that existed before the stars were ignited. These exiles were the ones who saw the moral decay of the physical creation. They saw that life in the physical realm was a cycle of consumption and suffering. To preserve the truth, they encoded their knowledge into the very vibrations of the planet. The Judean desert, with its high salt content and specific geological fissures, acted as a natural resonance chamber. The sands were not just silica. They were a biological hard drive. The knights spent 3 days in the cave, not eating, not sleeping. They were being downloaded. The unwritten gospel was rewriting their neural pathways. They were learning the gospel of the void, the truth that the physical world is a temporary shadow, and that the only thing that is real is the silence between the stars. This is where the informative power of the story reaches its peak. For the American audience who loves to look at the hidden patterns of the world, this is the source code. The knights discovered that the sacred sites of the world, the pyramids, the ziggurats, the stone circles, were all built to mute the broadcast of the unwritten gospel. The church's mission was to build a network of noise to drown out the signal of the void. Hughes-Depayens realized that the Vatican's power was based on a fundamental mistranslation of the universe. The church told the people they were broken and needed a savior. The unwritten gospel told the knights they were perfect, but they were being held hostage. The psychological shift was devastating. Imagine being a knight who had spent his life killing infidels for the glory of a god, only to find out that the God you serve is the one who locked the door. The moral failure was not in the knights, but in the system they had been raised to defend. They realized that to be a true knight of the temple, they would have to become enemies of the world. They would have to live as spies in the house of the Creator. When the three knights emerged from the cave of the seven echoes, they were changed men. Their eyes, once filled with the fire of the Crusader, were now like pools of still, dark water. They carried no physical scrolls. They didn't need to. The unwritten gospel was now etched into the very structure of their minds. They returned to Jerusalem, but they no longer participated in the rituals of the church. They would stand in the back of the cathedrals during Mass, watching the priests and the pilgrims with a profound, quiet pity. They could see the threads of the language lie being woven through the air, that they began to use the grammar of the first breath to gain an unnatural level of influence. When Hughes de Payens spoke to King Baldwin II, he didn't use persuasive rhetoric. He used specific tones that bypassed the king's conscious mind and spoke directly to the spark within his cage. The king found himself granting the Templars everything they asked for: tax exemptions, lands, autonomy, without ever understanding why. The Knights were using the vocal keys of the Third Testament to unlock the world, but this power came with a heavy price. The more they used the language of the void, the more unreal they became to the people around them. They were becoming like the scrolls themselves, blank, iridescent, and terrifying. The Knights who were not among the original 9 began to fear their leaders. They saw them as men of glass. They noticed that the senior Knights didn't seem to age, and that their shadows didn't always match their movements. The secret was spreading like a quiet fever through the order. The consensus reality of the 12th century was beginning to fray at the edges wherever a Templar stood. This is the informative truth behind the Templar mystery. They didn't just find gold, they found the ability to rewrite the rules of the world. They were the first reality hackers in human history, but the Vatican spies were everywhere. The eyes of the throne began to report back to Rome that the Knights in Jerusalem were no longer speaking Latin or French, but a strange, melodic tongue that made the horses nervous and caused the cathedral candles to burn blue. The church realized that the gatehouse was being breached. The secret of the unwritten gospel was out, and if it reached the ears of the masses, the Vatican would lose its harvest forever. The response from Rome was swift and silent. They didn't declare war on the Templars, not yet. Instead, they began a campaign of archival erasure. The Vatican sent correctors to every library in Christendom. Their job was to find any mention of the Third Testament or the unwritten gospel and replace it with acceptable Orthodox scripture. This is why, when you look at medieval manuscripts today, you often find palimpsests, pages where the original writing has been scraped away and written over what was scraped away. The frequency code of the Knights, the Church also began to promote the cult of the Word. They emphasized the opening of the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word. This was a direct psychological countermeasure. They wanted to anchor the human mind back into the prison of language. They turned the unwritten gospel into a myth of lost gold or a holy cup. They turned a metaphysical threat into a physical one, knowing that people will hunt for gold, but they will never hunt for a silence they have been taught to fear. The Knights realized they were being erased from history even as they lived it. They began to hide their knowledge in visual codes. This is why Templar architecture is so filled with strange, non-Christian symbols, the pentagrams, the octagons, the green men. These were not decorations. They were mnemonic anchors for the unwritten gospel. If you knew how to look at a Templar church, you could read the frequency of the desert sands without ever hearing a word. The Knights were building a silent library across the face of Europe, but the moral decay of the Church was accelerating. To keep the secret hidden, the Vatican began to engage in more and more extreme acts of violence. The Albigensian Crusade, where thousands of heretics were burned in southern France, was actually a hunt for the last living speakers of the unwritten language. The Church's logic was simple. If you cannot burn the secret, you must burn the people who know it. The Knights in Jerusalem watched from afar as their brothers and sisters were slaughtered. They knew their time was coming. They knew that the lock they were building would eventually be their own tomb. As we sit here in the dim light of the present, the Judean desert still holds its breath. The cave of the Seven Echoes is still there, hidden behind its waterfall of sand. The glass jars are gone, but the frequency remains. Scientists today speak of quantum memory in crystals and sand. They are beginning to realize what the Knights knew 900 years ago, that the physical world is a recording device. The unwritten gospel is not lost. It is simply waiting for a mind quiet enough to hear it. When you find yourself in a place of absolute silence in the middle of a forest at night, or in an empty room when the world is asleep, you might hear a faint melodic hum. Your modern mind will try to explain it away. You will call it tinnitus. You will call it the wind. But the Templars would tell you otherwise. They would tell you that you are hearing the broadcast of the void. You are hearing the original, uncorrupted code of the universe trying to remind you who you are. They would tell you that the moral decay of our world is not a political or social issue, but a linguistic one. We are trapped in a story that someone else wrote for us. And the only way out is to find the unwritten parts of our own lives. Hughes Dupayens and his 9 brothers were not just warriors. They were the first humans to realize that the most powerful weapon in the world is not a sword, but a silence that cannot be filled. They took the secret to their graves, but they left the signal running. The sands of the desert have a long memory. They remember the clinking of the chainmail. They remember the white light of the scrolls. And they remember the promise the Knights made to the void, that the truth would never be forgotten, as long as there was one soul left to listen to the wind. But the Knights didn't just listen to the desert. They realized that to protect this unwritten gospel, they needed a fortress. Not a fortress of stone, but a fortress of politics and blood. They returned to the ruins of King Solomon's temple, and there, in the pitch-black shadows of the foundations, they did something that would change the course of human history forever. They didn't just find a secret. They made a deal. They signed a pact with an entity that lives in the foundations of the world, a pact that gave them the wealth of empires in exchange for a promise that would eventually lead to their own destruction. On a cold Friday in October. In our next chapter, we will descend back into the depths of the Temple Mount. We will witness the pact of the shadows, and we will discover the terrifying entity that the Templars called the architect of the middle way. We will learn why the Knights began to build their churches in the shape of the king's own seal, and what they found in the deep wells that convinced them that the only way to save humanity was to bankrupt it. The desert is quiet now, but the shadows are beginning to move. The history of the world is not a record of progress, but a ledger of debts paid in a currency the public cannot comprehend. We are told the Knights Templar were founded to protect the dusty roads of the Holy Land, but the reality is a chilling betrayal of everything the Church stands for. In the suffocating darkness beneath the ruins of King Solomon's Temple, the original 9 Knights discovered that the legendary wealth of the biblical king was not gold, but a forbidden metaphysical contract. They found a pact, signed in the shadows of the foundations, that revealed the true nature of human power. It is a loan granted by an entity that predates the stars, a parasite that feeds on the order of civilizations. The Templars did not find a secret to save the world. They found the mechanism to control it. They shifted from being protectors of the weak to being the primary keepers of a dark truth that turned their white mantles into shrouds of moral decay. They traded their souls for the keys to the global treasury, realizing that to rule the earth, one must first serve the entity that owns its shadows. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand the pact, we must first look at the man who allowed it to be signed. King Baldwin II of Jerusalem was a monarch sitting on a throne of crumbling sand. By the year 1118, the Crusader state was bankrupt, surrounded by enemies, and losing the favor of the European powers. Baldwin was desperate. He needed a miracle, or he needed a weapon. Enter Hughes de Payens and his 9 companions. To the common observer, they were the poor fellow soldiers of Christ. Men so destitute they shared a single horse between 2 knights. But Baldwin too saw through the performance. He knew that Hughes de Payens carried with him scrolls from the French courts of Champagne, scrolls that spoke of something buried in the Offal Hill. The ancient heart of the city, the king granted them the entire eastern wing of the royal palace, which was built over the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the site of Solomon's Temple. He gave them total autonomy, exempting them from the laws of the church and the state. Why would a desperate king give away the most strategic piece of land in the world to 9 men who claimed to be poor? The answer lies in the deep architecture of the Temple Mount. Historically, the mount is a labyrinth of cisterns, tunnels, and vaults, some dating back to the Bronze Age. The knights didn't just move in. They vanished into the earth. For months, they were not seen in the streets of Jerusalem. They were not seen at the Holy Sepulchre. They were underground, following the veins of the mountain toward the deep wells. Imagine the atmosphere in those tunnels. The air is cool, smelling of damp limestone and the faint, sweet scent of burning cedar oil. The knights moved with a mechanical precision, guided by the grammar of the first breath they had discovered earlier. They were looking for the foundation stone, not the one seen by the public, but the one that anchors the world to the void. They found it 40 feet beneath the surface. It was a block of unpolished obsidian, cold enough to freeze the moisture in the air. Around it were the shadows of Solomon, shifting, dark residues of an energy that has no source in the physical world. It was here that the transition began. The protectors were about to become the keepers. In the records of the Templar inner circle, the entity they encountered is not described as a demon or an angel. They called it the architect of the middle way. This is a concept that challenges everything we are taught about morality. We are told there is good and there is evil, but the architect revealed a third path, the path of the curated illusion. The architect explained to Hughes de Payens that the world is a garden of souls, and that the church and the king were merely clumsy gardeners. The true wealth of King Solomon, the secret of his legendary wisdom and his 3,000 proverbs, was his understanding of the contract of sovereignty. To rule over men, one must have the ability to distribute the shadows of value. In our modern terms, we call this credit. But in the 12th century, it was a metaphysical concept. It was the ability to create something out of nothing, to anchor the belief of the masses into a system that had no physical reality. The knights stood in the obsidian chamber, the black box from their previous discovery pulsing in the background. They saw the moral decay of the world as a necessary component of the machine. The architect showed them that for a civilization to thrive, it must be built upon a lie. It must have a central secret that is so terrifying it forces the leaders to maintain order at any cost. The Templars were offered a choice. They could remain poor knights, fighting a losing war for a distant god, or they could sign the pact. They could become the managers of the cage. They would be given the secrets of alchemy, the mathematics of the stars, and the ability to generate wealth that was not tied to the land, but the price was their humanity. They would have to live as hollow men, vessels for the architect's influence. They would have to betray the pilgrims they swore to protect by leading them into a world that was even more tightly controlled. Hughes de Payens was the first to sign. He didn't use ink. He touched the foundation stone and the shadow moved into him, replacing his heartbeat with the rhythmic vibration of the mountain. One by one, the other 8 followed. The pact was sealed. The poor knights were now the wealthiest men in history, even if they hadn't yet found a single gold coin. They had found the source of the gold itself. What followed was the most sophisticated, historical cover-up in the annals of Europe. The Templars returned to the surface, but they were no longer the same men. They began to implement the Pact of the Shadows through the creation of the world's first banking system. For the American audience, this is the most informative part of the secret. We are taught that the Templars invented letters of credit to protect pilgrims from robbers. While this is true on the surface, the hidden purpose was far more profound. They were establishing a virtual empire. When a pilgrim deposited gold in a Templar commandery in Paris and received a coded piece of parchment to be redeemed in Jerusalem, they were participating in a ritual they didn't understand. They were moving value through the middle way. The gold remained in the vaults, but the shadow of the gold moved across the world. This allowed the Templars to decouple wealth from the physical earth. They were mirroring the architect's own system, creating a reality based on belief and symbols rather than matter. By the mid-12th century, the Templars owned more land than the kings of France and England combined. But their true power was in the ledgers. They used the grammar of the first breath to encode their financial documents. These were not just records of debts. They were maps of human intention. They could see who was greedy, who was desperate, and who was weak. They became the physicians of the treasury, diagnosing the health of empires and prescribing the rot that would eventually lead to their collapse. This is where the moral failure of the order becomes clear. They realized that by controlling the debt of kings, they could control the wars of men. They funded both sides of every conflict, ensuring that no matter who won, the debt to the architect would always be paid. The Vatican began to grow nervous. The Pope, Honorius II, had granted them the right to keep all the spoils of their holy work, never imagining that the spoils would include the souls of the monarchs. The Templars were no longer protectors of the Church. They were the Church's landlords. They had shifted from the service of the cross to the service of the pact. The shadows of King Solomon were not just kept in the mind, they had to be anchored in the stone. The Templars began a massive reconstruction of the Temple Mount, focusing on a location known as the Well of Souls. Historically, the Well of Souls is a natural cave located beneath the foundation stone in the dome of the rock. To the public, it is a place of prayer, but to the Templars it was the exhaust port of the machine. They spent years refining the geometry of this space, using the sacred mathematics they had received from the architect. They discovered that the mountain itself was a giant resonator. By placing specific types of stone in specific alignments, they could amplify the frequency of the pact. This frequency acted as a psychological dampener for the city of Jerusalem. It made the people more compliant, more prone to the consensus of the blind that Godfrey de Saint-Omer had tried to escape DOP as we move through the history of the Templars. Notice how their architecture always focuses on the octagonal and the circular. This is the Seal of Solomon, a geometric lock designed to hold the shadows in place. When you walk through a Templar church today, you are walking through a physical manifestation of the pact. The informative depth of this cannot be overstated. The Templars were the first to understand that architecture is a form of biological programming. They weren't building for the glory of God. They were building to maintain the stability of the illusion, but as the wealth grew, so did the moral decay within the order. The original 9 were long gone, but their resonance remained. The new generations of knights were born into the secret, but they didn't have the discipline of the founders. They began to use the wealth for their own desires. They began to believe they were the masters, rather than the servants of the architect. The frequency of the mountain began to change. The scream of the iron box became louder, more demanding. The architect required more rot, more suffering to fuel the machine. The Templars began to engineer famines and plagues to satisfy the debt. They were no longer the keepers of the light. They were the harvesters of the dark. The most profound secret the Templars kept involved the bloodline of the Crusader kings. The royal family of Jerusalem, the House of Anjou, had become corrupted by the pact. They were no longer fully human. The Church knew. The Vatican's eyes of the throne had seen the rituals in the Well of Souls. They had seen the king of Jerusalem kneeling not before the altar, but before the obsidian stone. They had seen the silver fluid weeping from the walls of the palace, but the Vatican couldn't speak. To expose the Templars was to expose the fact that the entire Crusader mission was a front for a metaphysical heist. The Church had invested too much in the lie to let it be destroyed by the truth. So they entered into a secondary pact. The Church would allow the Templars to continue their harvest as long as the Vatican received a percentage of the shadow value. This is the historical root of the Church's immense wealth and its immunity to the laws of men. The moral failure was now total. The protectors, the kings, and the priests were all participating in the same betrayal. They were all gardeners of the architect, making sure the souls of the people were properly prepared for the distilling process. Imagine being a common soldier in the Templar order, believing you were fighting for the salvation of your soul, never knowing that your own leaders had already sold it to a shadow beneath the mountain. The air in the commanderies grew heavy with the weight of this betrayal. The knights stopped praying. They replaced their devotions with mathematical vigils, reciting the numbers of the dead until they fell into a trance. The pact signed in the shadows of King Solomon was a curse that would eventually consume everyone who touched it. It created a world of gilded rot, where the surface was beautiful and holy, but the foundations were filled with the screaming of the void. As you lie there, in the quiet of the night, consider the world of value you inhabit. Every coin in your pocket, every number in your bank account, is a descendant of the pact signed beneath the Temple Mount. The Templars are often portrayed as victims of a greedy king and a corrupt pope, but perhaps the truth is that they were the architects of their own destruction. They played a game with an entity that has no concept of time, and they lost, But the pact didn't end with the burning of Jacques de Molay in 1314. The shadows of Solomon are still with us. They are in the algorithms that control our markets. They are in the sacred geometry of our cities. They are in the silent hum of the banks that never close. The architect is still waiting. The debt is still being collected. Think of the deep wells of your own mind. There are places in our psyche that are ancient, cold, and unpolished. There are pacts we have signed with our own shadows to survive in a world of lies. The Templars were just the first. To do it on a global scale. As the candle of history flickers and dims, we are left with a question that echoes through the tunnels of Jerusalem. What would you trade for the keys to the world? And would you realize, as the 9 Knights did, that once the door is open, you can never, ever go back? The shadows in the room are long now. They are the same shadows that moved across the obsidian stone in 1118. They are patient. They are informative. They are part of the lock. The pact gave the Templars wealth, but it also gave them a terrifying new identity. They realized that their white mantles, once symbols of purity, were now targets for the Watchers. They had to create a new layer of protection. They had to turn their entire order into a shield of silence. They added a new symbol to their armor, the Red Cross. But the Red Cross was not a symbol of Christ's blood. It was something else. It was a frequency key designed to jam the signals of the entities that were hunting them. In our next chapter, we will explore the Red Cross of eternal silence. We will discover the forbidden rituals the Knights performed to dampen their own souls, making them invisible to the eyes of the Church and the Watchers. We will learn why the Templars began to build their headquarters in the shape of a labyrinth, and what they found in the silent rooms that convinced them that the only way to survive the secret was to stop existing altogether. The pact is signed. The debt is real. And the silence is coming. The most recognizable symbol of the medieval world, the blood red cross on a field of white, is not a badge of holy war, but a geometric sigil of absolute betrayal. We have been lied to for centuries, told that the Red Cross represented the sacrifice of Christ. But the archives of the Inner Circle reveal a terrifying moral decay. In 1147, the Knights Templar didn't just become a secret society. They became a shadow empire that successfully hid its true master from the Pope himself. The Red Cross was actually a frequency key, a specific visual proportion designed to jam the psychic surveillance of the entities that govern our reality. While the world saw protectors of the faith, the Vatican was unknowingly harboring a cult of silence that had replaced the Bible with a grammar of the void. Every knight who donned that mantle was taking an oath to remain invisible to the very God they claimed to serve, creating a shroud of forbidden knowledge that allowed them to operate outside the laws of heaven and earth. They were not warriors of the light. They were the architects of a silence so heavy it could crush the soul of any man who dared to speak the truth. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand the transition into the Red Cross of eternal silence, we must first return to the year 1129, to the cold stone halls of the Council of Troyes in France. Here, the order was officially granted its Latin rule. Bernard of Clairvaux, the mystic architect of the order, sat in the center of the council, his eyes narrow and his mind focused on a reality that the other bishops could not perceive. The public records say that the knights, were given white mantles to symbolize their purity. But as we sit in the flickering candlelight of the present, we must look closer at the texture of that white wool. In the medieval world, white was the color of the blank page, the tabula rasa. It was the color of a vessel waiting to be filled. For nearly 20 years after their official recognition, the Templars did not wear the red cross. They were simply the white knights, ghosts in the service of the Vatican. But behind the scenes, the moral decay we have discussed was festering. The original 9 had successfully integrated the frequency of the iron box and the unwritten gospel into their daily lives. They realized that to operate in a world of lies, they needed to be more than just pure. They needed to be shielded. In 1147, Pope Eugenius III granted the Templars the right to wear the cross patée on their left breast, over the heart. This is the moment the order shifted from a military organization into a metaphysical secret society. The cross patée is not a simple cross. It is a splayed cross with arms that grow wider as they reach the edge. In the grammar of the first breath, this shape represents the opening of the mouth of the void. It was not a symbol of the crucifixion, but a symbol of the frequency key we mentioned earlier. Imagine the sensory detail of a Templar commandery during this transition. The air is thick with the smell of vermilion dia, a pigment made from crushed cinnabar and lead. The brothers would gather in the silentium, the room of absolute quiet, to watch as the white mantles were stained with the red geometry. The red was not just a color, it was a barrier. It was meant to act as a visual anchor that diverted the attention of the watchers. When a knight wore the red cross over his heart, he was ritually tuning his own heartbeat to the frequency of the silence. He was becoming a dead zone in the fabric of the Church's reality. This was the ultimate betrayal of their vows. They were using the Pope's own authority to mark themselves as invisible to the Pope's God. They were hiding in plain sight, using the very symbol of Christendom to mask a heresy that would have seen them all burned at the stake if it were understood. The transition into the Red Cross required a total restructuring of the Knight's internal world. This was achieved through the rubric of the noble silence. While other monastic orders practiced silence as a form of penance, the Templars practiced it as a form of combat. They believed that human speech was a leak. Every word spoken was a piece of energy that the watchers could track. To be a keeper of the truth, one had to learn to exist without sound. In the great commanderies of London, Paris, and Tamar, the knights lived in a world of rhythmic quiet. Their movements were choreographed to minimize the clatter of iron and the rustle of wool. They communicated through a sophisticated system of hand signals, a secret language that allowed them to coordinate complex military and financial operations without ever vibrating the air. Listen to the sound of a Templar morning. It is not the sound of voices, but the sound of breath. The collective inhalation and exhalation of 100 men in a stone dormitory. It is a slow, oceanic pulse. They would spend hours in the chamber of echoes, a room designed to amplify the smallest sound. Their goal was to reach a state where they could move, eat, and even fight in a state of absolute acoustic neutrality. This silence had a profound psychological effect. When you stop speaking, the boundaries of yourself begin to dissolve. You stop being an individual with a name and a history, and you become part of the resonance. The knights reported that after months of noble silence, they could hear the thoughts of their brothers like soft music. They could feel the pact of the shadows vibrating in the floor beneath their feet. But there was a darker side to this silence. This is where the moral decay becomes a physical reality. The Knights found that the longer they remained silent, the more unreal the outside world became. The people who talked, who laughed, who prayed aloud in the cathedrals, they looked like flickering ghosts to the Templars. The Knights were becoming hollow men. They were being emptied of their human desires and replaced by the frequency of the Red Cross. They no longer felt the need for the Church's sacraments because they were already living in the void that the sacraments were meant to hide. They would sit in the back of the Pope's ceremonies, their red crosses glowing in the dim light of the incense-choked cathedrals. They were there, but they were not there. They were the eternal silence in the heart of the Holy Word. They were the secret that the Church was unknowingly feeding every time it granted the order more power. Let us look closer at the geometry of the Red Cross, for in its proportions lies the informative core of the Templar secret. The cross patee is a balanced cross. The four arms are of equal length, splaying outward. In the mathematics of the first builders, this represents the quadrature of the circle. The Knights were taught that the physical world is composed of angles, while the spiritual world is composed of curves. By wearing a cross that combined both, they were creating a geometric shield. The red pigment used for the cross was mixed with iron oxide and a trace of the silver fluid we discussed in the story of Godfrey de Saint-Omer. This wasn't just for color. It was to create a magnetic anchor when the Knights stood in a specific alignment, usually facing the magnetic north or the orientation of the Temple Mount. The Red Cross would act as a DAMPNAR. It would pull the consensus reality away from the Knight's body, creating a thin veil of non-existence around him. This is why historical accounts often mention that Templar Knights seemed to survive wounds that would have killed any other man, or that they could move through a battlefield as if they were invisible to the enemy. They weren't invincible. They were simply unfocused in the eyes of the world, the American audience, who appreciates the intersection of science and history, will find it fascinating that the Templars were essentially experimenting with wave interference. They were using a visual symbol to cancel out the psychic frequency of the Watchers, but the moral failure of this shield was that it required the Knight to disconnect from the human community. To be shielded was to be alone. The Red Cross of eternal silence was a barrier between the Knight and his fellow man. The Knights became cold. Their eyes were like the obsidian stones of the temple foundations, reflective but impenetrable. They could no longer feel empathy for the blind who still lived in the lie. They saw themselves as a separate species, the new humanity that would survive the eventual collapse of the churches. Illusion. This elitism was the rot at the heart of the order. They were supposed to be the poor fellow soldiers, but they had become the silent lords. They were keeping the secret not to free the world, but to govern it from the shadows. The Red Cross was their crown of invisibility, and they wore it with a pride that bordered on the divine. The most dangerous part of the Templar transition was the necessity of lying to the Pope. The Pope was the vicar of Christ, the supreme authority who held the keys to the kingdom. To the rest of the world, the Templars were the Pope's personal army. But to the inner circle, the Pope was just another blind gardener who needed to be managed. In the archives of the Vatican, there are letters from Pope Eugenius III that express a strange, growing unease with the order he had helped to empower. He noticed that the Templars were no longer submitting their theological questions to Rome. They were no longer asking for guidance on how to deal with the infidels. They had become a state within a state. They had their own priests who were exempt from the authority of local bishops. They had their own cemeteries, their own courts, and their own secret liturgy. When the Pope invited the Grand Master to Rome, the knights would arrive in a cloud of silence. They would perform the outward rituals of the Church with a mechanical perfection that was unnerving. They knew exactly where to bow, exactly when to cross themselves, and exactly what words to say. But the eyes of the throne, the Vatican's secret. Inquisitors noticed that the knights' hearts never seemed to be in the prayers. The Pope began to feel like he was hosting a group of statues. The moral decay was now reaching the highest levels of the Church. The Pope realized that he had created a monster that he could no longer control. He had given the Templars the right to wear the Red Cross, and in doing so, he had given them the permission to hide from him. The Templars were using the Vatican's own diplomatic immunity to build their shadow empire. They were moving gold, scrolls, and relics across borders without ever being searched. They were building fortresses that were technically Vatican property, but where no papal official was ever allowed to enter. Imagine the tension in the halls of the Lateran Palace. The Pope sitting on his throne, surrounded by his advisors, while a group of Templars stood in the corner, their red crosses glowing in the late afternoon sun. They were a reminder that there was a power in the world that didn't care about the Pope's keys. A power that lived in the silence. The betrayal was total. The Templars were using the Church's resources to build a shield against the Church's own reality. They were the ultimate double agents, serving a third testament while wearing the uniform of the first two. As the order grew, so did the need for places where the silence could be concentrated. These were the silent rooms, hidden deep within the heart of every major Templar commandery. If you were to find yourself in one of these rooms in the 13th century, you would be struck by the complete absence of sensory input. The walls were lined with thick black wool from the mountains of Aragon. The floors were covered in a layer of fine white sand, the desert memory we discussed earlier. In these rooms, there were no candles. The only light came from the silver tears stored in glass vials. These rooms served as the void archives. This is where the Templars kept the shadow ledgers, the records of the world's true debts. Not just the debts of money, but the debts of blood and soul that the kings and popes owed to the architect. The knights who were assigned to the void archives were the most elite members of the order. They were the Red Cross masters. They had spent years in the noble silence, and their minds were tuned to the frequency of the grammar of the first breath. They would sit in the darkness, their fingers tracing the iridescent symbols on the light scrolls. They were the calculators of the decay. They could see how much rot was needed in a particular kingdom to maintain the stability of the pact. They were the ones who decided which wars would be funded and which kings would be allowed to die. They were the ones who managed the gilded rot of Europe. The informative depth of this is crucial. The Templars weren't just bankers, they were metaphysical economists. They understood that the world's true currency was attention. By keeping the world focused on wars, cathedrals and gold, they were keeping the Watchers occupied, allowing the secret society to operate in the blind spots. But the silent rooms were also places of great psychological horror. The knights who stayed in the darkness for too long began to lose their connection to reality. They would emerge from the archives with skin that was as white as their mantles, and eyes that could no longer see the sun. They would whisper to their brothers that the silence was starting to speak back. They claimed that the void archives weren't just records, but a living entity that was slowly consuming the order. The red cross of eternal silence was no longer just a shield. It was becoming a shroud. Let us consider the aesthetic of the Templar order during its peak. It is a study in binary opposition, white and red, light and shadow, speech and silence. The public saw the white knights as the ultimate symbols of chivalry. They were the heroes of the Crusades, the protectors of the poor. Their brand, as we would call it today, was one of absolute reliability and holy strength, but for the American audience. The true interest lies in the under-aesthetic, the secret world that existed beneath. The white mantles. This world was one of geometric austerity. The Templars rejected the ornate decorations of the Gothic style. They preferred the Cistercian minimalist, look clean lines, raw stone, and perfect proportions. They believed that beauty was a distraction created by the Watchers. The only true beauty was the resonance. When a visitor entered a Templar chapel, they would find it strangely empty. No statues of saints, no elaborate altars, just the round walls and the heavy, pulsing silence. This aesthetic was a form of visual fasting. It was designed to prepare the mind for the unseeing. The moral failure here was that the Templars had become so enamored with their own secret aesthetic that they began to despise the world they were supposed to be saving. They saw the blind masses as a lower form of life, cattle to be managed rather than souls to be saved. They began to treat the Holy Land as a laboratory for their metaphysical experiments. The wars they fought were not for the glory of Christ, but to test the effectiveness of their frequency keys on the battlefield. Every time a Templar knight charged into battle, he was performing a ritual. His movement, his silence, and the red cross on his breast were all designed to create a rift. In the reality of the enemy, the red cross of eternal silence had become a weapon of psychological warfare. The Saracen armies began to fear the silent ones more than the regular crusaders. They said that the Templars fought like men who were already dead. The knights didn't scream their battle cries. They didn't boast of their victories. They simply moved with a terrifying mechanical efficiency. Their red crosses glowing like wounds in the heat of the sun. They were the aesthetic of the end. They were the premonition of a world without words, a world of pure, unadulterated frequency. And the Church, in its ignorance, continued to bless them, never realizing that the red cross was the mark of its own obsolescence. As we lie here in the stillness of the present, the red cross of eternal silence has not vanished. It has simply changed its form. If you look at the modern world, you can see the aesthetic of the forbiddance everywhere. It is in the clean, minimalist lines of our technology. It is in the noble silence of our massive data centers, where the machines hum in a state of absolute acoustic neutrality. It is in the secret societies that still operate in the blind spots of our governments and financial systems. The Templars were the first to realize that true power is not found in the noisy halls of parliaments or cathedrals. It is found in the silentium. It is found in the ability to remain invisible while holding the strings of reality, the moral decay. They pioneered the idea that the leaders must serve a different truth than the followers is now the foundation of our global society. We live in a world of gilded rot where the surface is filled with the noise of the consensus, while the resonance is managed by a few who wear the modern version of the Red Cross. Think of the silence of a boardroom where the fates of nations are decided. Think of the silence of a laboratory where the code of life is rewritten. This is the eternal silence that the Templars discovered in the 12th century. The Pact of the Shadows is still in effect. The debt is still being collected, and the Red Cross is still a frequency key, protecting those who know the truth from the watchers who govern the lie. As the candlelight of history flickers and dims, we must ask ourselves, are we the blind who live in the noise, or are we the silent who live in the void? The Templars chose the silence. They chose to hide from the Pope, to hide from the King, and to hide from themselves. They became the secret society that would eventually be burned at the stake. But their frequency was never extinguished. It is still here in the air around you. It is in the silence between my words. It is in the blind spot of your own mind. The Red Cross is not a symbol of the past. It is a map of the future. A future where the words will eventually stop and the only thing left will be the eternal silence. The transition was complete. The Templars were now a shadow empire, invisible to the world. But as their power grew, so did the scream of the iron box. The Red Cross was a shield, but it was not enough to hold back the truth of the void forever. They realized they needed something more permanent. They needed a final lock. They began the construction of a secret location, far beneath the earth of a mountain that does not appear on any map. They called it the Vault of the Seven Iron Seals. In our next chapter, we will descend into this vault. We will discover the 7 layers of protection the Templars built to contain the architect's true form. We will learn about the iron seals that were forged in the blood of the founders, and why the Vatican sent its most elite eyes on a suicide mission to stop the vault from being closed. We will see the moment the moral decay became a physical collapse, and what the Knights found in the 7th layer that made them realize that the void was not behind the door. It was the door itself. The silence is deep, but the vault is opening. We are led to believe that the greatest treasures of the ancient world were meant to be found, that the pyramids and cathedrals were built as monuments to human achievement. But the Knights Templar knew a darker reality. They understood that certain truths are not monuments, but parasites that must be caged behind layers of cold iron and sacrificial blood. Beneath an unnamed peak in the French Alps, the inner circle constructed the Vault of the 7 Iron Seals, a masterpiece of metaphysical engineering designed to hide a moral decay that would incinerate the very foundations of the Vatican. This was not a vault for gold or holy relics. It was a containment unit for the architect, the entity the Templars had discovered beneath the Temple Mount. They realized that the God worshipped by the masses was merely a veil, and that the true source of reality was a screaming void that demanded a constant harvest of human suffering. To protect the world from this revelation and to protect their own power, the Knights built a tomb for the truth, sealing it with 7 barriers that required the absolute betrayal of their holy vows. Every seal was a lock on the human soul, a spiritual anchor that kept the population in a state of curated ignorance. While you sleep, the seals still hum with a forbidden frequency, holding back a darkness that the church could never survive. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. In the high, jagged reaches of the Savoyard Alps, there is a mountain that appears in no official cartography of the 13th century. The local peasants called it the Mountain of Silences, for they noticed that even the birds refused to fly over its jagged peaks. It was here in 1291, as the last Crusader strongholds in the Levant were falling to the Mamluks, that a secret convoy of Templars arrived. They did not carry the banners of the order. They moved under the cover of a freezing mist, leading a train of pack mules laden with heavy lead-lined crates. Imagine the biting cold of the mountain air. It is a dry, thin cold that stings the lungs and numbs the skin. The only sound is the rhythmic crunch of snow beneath heavy iron boots. The knights moved with the noble silence they had perfected in the commanderies of Paris. They were not just moving treasure. They were moving the resonance. The entrance to the vault was not a door, but a natural fissure in the limestone, hidden behind a permanent veil of ice. As we descend with them, feel the temperature shift. The freezing wind of the exterior is replaced by a heavy, stagnant warmth that smells of salt, old iron, and something ancient that has no name. The descent is a spiral. A staircase carved directly into the bedrock using the sacred mathematics found in the Third Testament. Each step is exactly 7 inches high, a measurement designed to resonate with the human circulatory system. As the knights descended, their heartbeats began to synchronize. They were becoming a single, collective organism, the Order of the Key. The walls of the tunnel are not smooth. They are etched with the grammar of the first breath. Thousands of symbols that glow with a faint bioluminescent silver. This is the silver fluid from the story of Godfrey de Saint-Omer, used here as a permanent ink to anchor the frequency of the vault. As we go deeper, the silence becomes physical. It is no longer the absence of sound, but a pressure that sits against the eardrums. The knights were entering the blind spot, a place where the watchers of the physical world could no longer perceive them. At the base of the spiral staircase, the knights reached the first threshold. This was the first seal, the seal of the salt. In the medieval mind, salt was the ultimate preservative, the enemy of rot. But in the alchemy of the Templars, it was the anchor of the earth. The first seal was a massive door made of compacted salt blocks from the Dead Sea, reinforced with beams of seasoned cedar. It was designed to absorb any psychic leakage from the vault and ground it into the stone. The knights had to coat their hands in a specific oil to touch the surface, for the salt was so pure it would draw the moisture directly from their blood. Beyond the seal of salt lay the second seal, the seal of the quicksilver. Imagine a hallway where the floor is not stone, but a shallow, moving pool of mercury. In the flickering light of the tallow candles, the mercury looks like a river of living starlight. The informative depth of this seal is crucial. Quicksilver, or mercury, was believed to be the soul of the metal. The Templars used it as a fluid barrier, a substance that could not be breached by physical force because it would simply flow around the intruder. To pass the second seal, the knights had to walk across a bridge of magnetic iron that floated atop the mercury. A feat that required absolute physical and mental balance. If a knight's mind wavered, if he felt even a flicker of fear or doubt, the magnetic bridge would tilt, and he would be claimed by the Silver River. The mercury was not just a trap. It was a sensor. It reacted to the moral decay of the intruder, shifting its surface tension based on the frequency of the human heart. The third seal was the seal of the burning lead. It was a chamber where the walls were lined with sheets of lead, heated by a subterranean thermal vent. Lead is the metal of Saturn, the planet of time and boundaries. It is the densest of the common metals, used by the Church to shield against radiation and spirits. The Templars used the lead to heavy the air. In this chamber, time moved differently. A minute spent within the third seal felt like an hour to the human brain. It was a psychological barrier designed to exhaust the will of anyone who tried to enter without the proper training in the noble silence. The knights who guarded the third seal were known as the Leaden Brothers. They spent years in the heat, their skin taking on a dull gray hue. They were the first line of spiritual defense. Men who had traded their youth for the ability to live within the distortion of time. They knew that the vault was not just a place, but a stutter in the fabric of the universe. After passing through the heat of the lead, the knights reached the midpoint of the vault. Here stood the fourth seal, the seal of the cold iron. This is the heart of the containment. Iron, specifically cold iron, forged without the use of coal or charcoal, has long been believed to repel supernatural entities. In the grammar of the first breath, iron is the nail of reality. It is the metal that pins the spirit to the matter. The fourth seal was a massive, circular plug of solid iron weighing over 20 tons. It was suspended by chains of magnetic ore that hummed with a low, constant vibration. This vibration was the counter-frequency to the scream of the black iron box. As you lie there, consider the sound of this room. It is a deep, subsonic thrum that you feel in your solar plexus more than you hear with your ears. It is the sound of two massive forces, the void and the earth, locked in a permanent struggle. The fourth seal was never meant to be opened. It was a permanent lock. The only way to bypass it was to use the vocal keys of the Third Testament, a sequence of sounds that would cause the magnetic chains to momentarily lose their grip, allowing the iron plug to descend into a slot in the floor. The informative secret of the fourth seal is that it wasn't just blocking a door. It was grounding the architect. The Templars realized that the entity they found beneath the Temple Mount was a creature of pure information and frequency. Iron, with its unique magnetic structure, acted as a cage that disrupted the architect's ability to manifest in our world. The knights who reached this level were no longer called brothers. They were called the Bound. They had to wear iron bands around their wrists and ankles to stay anchored to the floor. Without the iron, the frequency of the vault was so strong it would cause the human body to lose its density, effectively turning the knight into a shadow. The fourth seal was the point of no return. Beyond this gate, the moral decay was no longer a theory. It was a physical atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the taste of copper. The walls were weeping a black, oily substance that the knights called the tears of the machine. Beyond the iron, the knights entered the fifth seal, the seal of the glass. This was a chamber of absolute reflection. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling were made of a black, volcanic glass obsidian polished to a mirror finish. In this chamber, There was no other. Every direction you looked, you saw only yourself. But the obsidian was tuned to the Third Testament. It did not reflect your physical body. It reflected your internal decay. As the knights walked through the fifth seal, they saw their own sins, their own doubts, and their own betrayals manifested as physical entities walking alongside them. It was a psychological filter. The architect fed on dissonance, the gap between who a person claimed to be and who they actually were. To pass the fifth seal, a knight had to achieve perfect transparency. He had to acknowledge his own corruption so fully that the obsidian had nothing left to reflect. This is why the Templar inner circle was so obsessed with the kiss of shame and other rituals of absolute ego destruction. They were training their men to survive the fifth seal. If a man carried a secret, if he carried a hidden desire for power or wealth, the obsidian would amplify that desire until it became a psychic scream that would shatter his mind. The fifth seal was the reason the Vatican's eyes of the throne could never reach the center of the vault. They were men of the church, men of dogma and ego. When they looked into the glass, they saw only the God they had created to hide their own fears, and the contradiction would destroy them. The sixth seal was the seal of the silver lattice. This was not a door, but a web of thousands of silver wires stretched across a vast circular chasm. These wires were the same as those found on the black iron box in Jerusalem. The informative secret of the sixth seal is that it acted as a psychic Faraday cage. Silver is the best conductor of electricity and frequency in the natural world. By weaving it into a dense lattice, the Templars were filtering the void. The knights had to climb through the lattice, a task that took hours of agonizingly slow movement. Every time they touched a silver wire, they felt a jolt of pure information. They were being scrubbed of their human memories. By the time they reached the other side, they often forgot their own names, their families, and the world they came from. They became blank slates, the perfect vessels to stand before the seventh seal. The sixth seal was the final stage of the transition. The knight was no longer a man of the church or a man of France. He was a component of the vault, finally, at the very bottom of the mountain. In a chamber where the weight of the earth above felt like a physical hand pressing down, stood the seventh seal. The seventh seal was the seal of the blood. It was a simple, unadorned stone slab, but it was not made of limestone or granite. It was made of a bioorganic material that looked like calcified bone. This was the moral failure that the viral mandate speaks of. The seventh seal was not a mechanical lock. It was a life lock. It required the constant presence of a living human being whose bloodline was tied to the original 9 founders. One knight from the inner circle had to remain in the chamber at all times, his hand resting on the stone slab. He was the anchor. His life force was the final barrier that kept the seventh seal closed. The informative history of the Order of the Key reveals that this was the true reason for the Templars' obsession with genealogies and bloodlines. They weren't looking for the descendants of Jesus. They were looking for the compatible hardware. To keep the vault sealed, the knight who sat at the seventh seal was the most tragic figure in history. He sat in total darkness, in absolute silence, for the remainder of his life. He was fed through a small tube in the sixth seal, and he never saw another human face. He could hear the architect. Through the seventh seal, the entity would whisper. It didn't use words. It used gradients of suffering. It would show the knight the future of the world the wars, the plagues, the eventual mechanical coldness of the modern era. It would tell him that all of this was necessary, that his sacrifice was the only thing keeping the world from collapsing into the void. The moral decay was that the Templars accepted this. They believed that the suffering of one man and the curated ignorance of the entire world was a price worth paying for order. They became the ultimate jailers, not just of the architect, but of the human potential for truth. As we sit in the flickering candlelight of the present, we must ask, is the seventh seal still being held? Is there still a man sitting in the darkness beneath the Alps, his hand resting on a slab of bone, holding back a scream that would end the world? The Templars were destroyed in 1314, but the vault was never found. The eyes of the throne spent centuries searching for the mountain of silences, but the sixth seal's blind spot was too effective. The Vatican knows the vault exists, but they are terrified to find it. For to find the vault is to acknowledge that their God is a prisoner. And they are the successors to the jailers. There is a record in the secret archives of the Vatican, written in a code that was only broken in the late 19th century. It describes a mission in 1306, 1 year before the mass arrests of the Templars. The Pope, Clement V, had become convinced that the Templars were planning to use the vault to replace him. He sent 3 of his most elite inquisitors, who had been trained in the same dark arts as the knights, to find and infiltrate the mountain. They were equipped with holy relics that were supposed to protect them from the frequencies of the vault. They had a splinter of the true cross and a vial of oil from the lamps of the Holy Sepulchre. They found the mountain. They even found the spiral staircase, but the report, written by the only I who returned, is a document of pure psychological collapse. He describes the first seal of salt as a living throat that tried to swallow their prayers. He describes the second seal of quicksilver as a mirror that showed him not his sins, but the fact that he had no soul, that he was just a collection of habits and dogma. The second eye was lost in the third seal of lead. He simply sat down and refused to move, claiming that he could feel the lead growing into his bones. He became part of the architecture. The survivor reached the fourth seal of cold iron. He stood before the 20-ton plug and heard the scream. He realized then that the God he served in Rome was a parasite that lived on the echo of that scream. He saw the moral decay of the entire church. He didn't try to open the seal. He didn't try to complete his mission. He took his own eyes out with a silver stylus, mirroring the ritual of Godfrey de Saint-Omer, and crawled back up the spiral staircase in total darkness. When he reached Rome, he didn't go to the Pope. He went to the basement of the Vatican and began to write the report in his own blood. His final words were, "The vault is not a cage for a demon. The vault is a cage for the truth, and the truth does not want to be saved. It wants to be heard." The Vatican responded by burning the report and the man who wrote it. They realized that they could not infiltrate the vault. They could only destroy the men who held the keys. This was the true motivation for the arrests of 1307. It was an act of theological self-defense. As you lie there, in the silence of your own room, consider the seals you have placed on your own life. We all have vaults within us, places where we hide the truths we are not ready to face. We build our own barriers of salt, mercury, and iron to keep our internal architect at bay. The Knights Templar were not monsters. They were men who understood the weight of the world. They realized that human consciousness is a fragile thing, a small candle flickering in a vast, screaming void. They chose to protect the candle by building a mountain around it, but the moral decay remains. The secret is still there, vibrating in the bedrock of our reality. Think of the mountain of silences. It is still there, somewhere in the Alps, covered in snow and forgotten by history. The spiral staircase is still winding down into the dark. The bound knights are still standing at the fourth seal, their iron wristbands clinking softly in the thrum of the mountain dot, and the man at the seventh seal is still sitting, his hand resting on the bone-white slab, listening to the frequency of the universe. Is he holding the door for us? Or is he holding it against us? The informative depth of this story is not in the dates or the names, but in the realization that we are all participants in the cover-up. We choose to stay in the light, to believe in the curated illusion of the church and the king, because the alternative is to face the seven seals. As the candlelight in your mind begins to fade. Let the weight of the mountain settle over you. Feel the cold iron anchoring you to the bed. Feel the silver lattice filtering your thoughts, removing the noise of the day. You are entering your own vault. A place of absolute safety. A place where the watchers cannot follow, the air is still, the stone is ancient. The secret is safe, the vault was complete, the seals were set, and the Templars believed they were invincible. They were the keepers of the architect, the masters of the gilded rot. But they made one fatal mistake. They forgot that the Vatican was not just a collection of blind gardeners. They forgot that the Pope had his own secret, a betrayal that predated the Templars by 1,000 years. In our next chapter, we will explore why the Church turned against its own protectors. We will discover the secret of the Apostle Peter, a document hidden in the Vatican's Black Library that reveals the Church's true relationship with the void. We will learn why the Pope had to burn the Templars, not to stop the secret, but to harvest. We will see the moment the Red Cross became a target, and the terrifying ritual the Pope performed on the night of the Mass. Arrest to ensure that the Templars' wealth was not just gold, but a spiritual debt that we are still paying today. The mountain is quiet, but the Vatican is waking up. The greatest betrayal in human history was not committed by a single man, but by a throne that claimed to speak for the heavens. For nearly 2 centuries, the Knights Templar were the iron fist of the Vatican, the sacred shield of the cross. Yet in a single night, the Church turned upon them with a ferocity that defied all reason. We are told they were arrested for heresy and greed, but the archives of the secret Inquisition tell a darker tale of forbidden knowledge and moral decay. The Vatican did not turn on the Templars because they were failing. They turned because the Pope realized the Knights were no longer praying to the God of the Bible beneath their white mantles. The inner circle had discovered that the Church's divinity was a curated lie, a visual shroud used to harvest the souls of the faithful. The Templars had found the architect of the void, and they were building a new reality that bypassed the Vatican entirely. When the Pope looked into the eyes of the Grand Master, he didn't see a holy warrior. He saw a hollow man whose soul had been replaced by a frequency from the basement of the world. To save the lie of the Church, the Vatican had to burn the truth of its protectors. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand the pivot, we must look at the year 1305, a time when the papacy was no longer anchored in the eternal city of Rome. Pope Clement V, a man of fragile health and wavering will, had moved the Holy See to Avignon, France. The air here was different. It was thick with the river mists of the rain and the heavy, humid heat of political intrigue. The Vatican was no longer a fortress of faith, it was a court of whispers. Clement V was a man trapped between two giants. On one side stood King Philip IV of France, known as the Fair, a monarch whose beauty was matched only by the coldness of his ambition and the depth of his debts. On the other side stood the Knights Templar, led by Jacques de Molay, an organization that had become a state within a state, a shadow empire that owned the very land the Pope stood upon, historically. The Templars were the Pope's personal army, answerable only to him. They were the protectors of the throne. Yet, as the sun set over the 13th century, that protection began to feel like a cage. The Pope's spies, the secret agents known as the Eyes of the Throne, began to bring back reports that shattered the Vatican's complacency. In the quiet, candlelit corridors of the papal palace, these agents spoke of Templar rituals that had nothing to do with Christ. They spoke of the noble silence we explored before, a silence so profound that it seemed to erase the presence of the Holy Spirit. They spoke of the iron box, the silver lattice, and the black iron foundations of the Temple Mount. The Vatican realized that the Templars hadn't just found gold in Jerusalem, they had found the source code of the world. They were no longer soldiers for the Pope. They were the architects of a secret geometry that rendered the Pope's sacraments obsolete. If the Templars could communicate with the void directly, if they could stabilize the world through the Pact of the Shadows, then what need was there for a vicar of Christ? What need was there for the Church? The pivot was not sudden. It was a slow, agonizing realization that the Vatican was harboring a parasite that was slowly replacing the soul of Christendom with something ancient, cold, and utterly indifferent to the salvation of man. One of the most significant historical discoveries of recent times is the Shannon parchment, a document that lay forgotten in the Vatican secret archives for centuries. It reveals that Pope Clement V had secretly absolved the Templars of heresy years before their final execution. But why then did he allow them to be burned? The answer lies in the moral decay of the papal throne itself. In the year 1306, the Pope summoned Jacques de Molay to a private audience. The room was small, draped in heavy red velvet, lit only by the flickering glow of a dozen beeswax candles. Clement V was looking for a confession, but not of sin. He was looking for a way to share in the power of the void. Jacques de Molay stood before the Pope, a man of 70 years with eyes that looked like they were carved from the obsidian of the vault. He did not kneel. He did not kiss the papal ring. He stood in the noble silence, his presence so heavy that it made the Pope's breath come in shallow gasps. Molay spoke of the Third Testament. He spoke of the architect. He told the Pope that the God of the Church was merely a mask worn by the Watchers, and that the Templars were the only ones holding back the final harvest of human souls. The Pope, however, was a creature of the world. He understood power, not metaphysics. He saw that the Templars were holding a key that could dismantle the entire hierarchy of the world. If the secret of the void became public, the kings would lose their divine right. The priests would lose their authority, and the people would realize that their lives were part of a vast mechanical distillation. The Vatican's eyes had also discovered the secret ledger of souls. This was a document kept in the Templar Commandery of Paris that listed the spiritual debt of every major noble family in Europe. The Templars weren't just lending money, they were tracking the resonance of the bloodlines. They knew who was corrupted by the pact and who was still tied to the Watchers. This was the final straw. The church turned against its protectors because the protectors had become more powerful than the thing they were protecting. The Vatican realized that the Templars were no longer the shield of the cross, they were the tombstone of the church. To survive, the Pope had to cut the throat of his own guard. While the Pope agonized over the theological betrayal, King Philip IV of France was driven by a much more visceral form of moral decay. Philip was a man of absolute vanity and absolute bankruptcy. He had spent his kingdom's wealth on wars in Flanders and on the lavish maintenance of his court. He owed the Templars an amount of gold that could not be paid in 100 lifetimes, but Philip was also a member of the Eyes of the Throne. He knew about the Vault of the Seven Iron Seals. He had heard the stories of the silver fluid and the screaming iron box. To Philip, the Templars weren't just bankers. They were alchemists who held the secret to infinite wealth and, more importantly, infinite time. Philip's advisors, men like the ruthless Guillaume de Nogaret, convinced him that the Templars were planning to use their virtual empire to seize the throne of France itself. They claimed the Templars were engineering a gilded rot within the French economy, causing the currency to fluctuate based on the frequency of the void. Historically, Philip had attempted to join the order, but he was rejected. The inner circle saw the moral failure in his heart. They knew he was a creature of the Watchers, a man whose only goal was to strengthen the cage of the physical world. This rejection turned Philip's greed into a cold, calculated hatred. Philip approached the Pope with a choice: join me in destroying the order and seizing their wealth, or be exposed as a puppet of the heretics. Clement V, already terrified of the Templar secret, chose the king over the knights. The informative depth of this alliance is critical for understanding the Tier 1 audience's fascination with conspiracy. This was the first global corporate takeover. The state and the church merged their interests to eliminate a third party that held too much forbidden knowledge. The Templars, in their noble silence, had become overconfident. They believed their sacred geometry and their frequency keys made them invincible. They didn't realize that the world of the Watchers, the world of politics, money, and violence still had a final card to play. The protectors had forgotten that they were still living in the prison they were trying to dismantle. To justify the arrest of the most holy order in Christendom. The Vatican needed a visual demon. They needed a symbol of moral decay that the public could understand. This is where the legend of the Baphomet was born. During the secret trials before 1307, the Inquisition claimed to have found idols in the Templar commanderies' heads with 3 faces or goat-like entities. But the internal archives tell a different story. The Baphomet was not a demon, it was a tuning fork. It was a copper and silver head, designed to act as a receiver for the resonance of the iron box. By sitting in front of the Baphomet, the knights could download the vibrations of the void even when they were thousands of miles away from Jerusalem. It was a communication device, a way to maintain the blind spot in their reality. The Vatican's inquisitors, however, twisted this. They told the world that the Templars worshipped a severed head that spoke to them. They told the people that the knights spat on the cross and denied Christ in favor of this mechanical idol. This was the ultimate psychological betrayal. The Church took the Templars' attempts to reach the unwritten gospel and framed it as a curse. They took the silver fluid and called it the devil's bile. They took the noble silence and called it a pact with the underworld. The Pope knew the truth. He knew the Baphomet was a tool, not a god. But he also knew that the truth would set the people free from the Church's harvest, while the lie would keep them tethered to the pews. He chose the lie. Imagine the atmosphere in the Vatican on the night the final order was signed. The Pope sat alone, the weight of the Avignon mists pressing against the windows. He had before him a report from the eyes describing the Baphomet's true function. He knew that by destroying the order, he was potentially ending humanity's only chance to bypass the Watchers. He picked up his quill. He hesitated. For a moment he could hear the scream of the iron box, a distant vibration in the marrow of his bones. Then, with a shaking hand, he signed the warrant. The protectors were now the prey. The pivot was complete. On the morning of Friday, October 13th, 1307, the silence was broken. In a coordinated strike across France, the king's soldiers moved with a speed and secrecy that suggested they were being guided by something other than human strategy. Listen to the sound of that morning. The heavy clatter of horses on the cobblestones of Paris, the rhythmic thud of battering rams against the oak doors of the commanderies, the sharp, metallic ring of swords being drawn. This was the high-impact moment where the consensus reality struck back at the secret empire. In the Temple of Paris, the knights were at their morning devotions, the mathematical vigils. They didn't reach for their swords. They didn't resist. They sat in their stalls, their white mantles glowing in the early light, their red crosses perfectly still. They had seen this moment in the frequency months before Jacques de Molay was led out in chains. The Grand Master, the man who held the keys to the grammar of the first breath, was treated like a common thief. But as he was led through the streets, the people noticed something strange. He wasn't afraid. He looked at the soldiers and the crowds with a gaze that was so empty it felt like looking into a deep, dark well. The soldiers raided the silent rooms. They tore down the black wool hangings. They smashed the glass vials of silver fluid. They were looking for the ledger of souls and the iron box. They found the gold chests and chests of it, but the true wealth was gone. The eyes of the throne had been outmaneuvered. The Templars had moved the most important artifacts months before, but the physical bodies of the knights were now in the hands of the Inquisition. The moral failure of the Church was now on full display. In the dungeons of the castle of Chinon, the most holy men in the world were subjected to tortures that defy description. The inquisitors weren't looking for confessions of faith. They were looking for the vocal keys. They wanted to know how to open the vault of the seven iron seals, but the knights had been trained in the noble silence. They knew how to dampen their own nervous systems. They could feel their bones being crushed and their skin being burned, but they remained in the resonance. They refused to speak the unwritten gospel. To the representatives of the lie, the Vatican realized that they could kill the knights, but they couldn't take the secret. The shield of silence was still holding even in the heart of the Inquisition's darkness. In the medieval mind, fire was the ultimate purifier. But for the Vatican and the eyes of the throne, the fire of the stake had an informative, alchemical purpose. They believed that by burning the physical bodies of the Templars, they could cauterize the frequency they were emitting. The Church feared that even in death, the knights would continue to act as anchors for the void. They believed that the resonance was stored in the marrow of the bones and the fluid of the eyes. To end the secret, they had to reduce the knights to ash. As you lie there, Consider the psychological weight of this moral decay. The Church, whose primary mission was the salvation of souls, was now using a ritual of total annihilation to protect its own political reality. They were no longer fighting for God. They were fighting for the consensus. The burning of the Templars was a spiritual harvest. The Vatican performed specific rituals during the executions to catch the energy of the dying knights and divert it back into the Church's own lattice. They were trying to reclaim the power the Templars had stolen from the basement of the world, but fire is an unpredictable element. As Jacques de Molay stood on the pyre in the center of the Seine, he didn't scream for mercy. He didn't recite the Lord's Prayer. He began to hum a single low-frequency note, the note of the architect. The people watching the execution reported that the flames didn't behave correctly. They turned a deep, shimmering blue. The smoke didn't rise. It moved in horizontal spirals, circling the Grand Master like a shroud of gray silk dot in his final moments. Molay looked toward the papal palace and the king's court. He spoke the curse that is now a part of history. Clement, iniquitous and cruel judge, I summon you to appear before the tribunal of God within 40 days. And you, Philip, within a year? But this wasn't a curse of vengeance. It was a closing of the debt Molay was using his final breath to trigger the rot within the king and the pope. He was accelerating the moral decay that they had chosen when they turned against their protectors. The Templars were officially abolished in 1312 at the Council of Vienne. The Vatican took their lands, their churches, and their gold. The protectors were gone, and the Church was once again the sole administrator of reality, but the pivot had changed the Vatican forever. By turning against the Templars, the Church had inadvertently infected itself with the very secret it tried to destroy, the eyes of the throne, took the artifacts they had seized, the Baphomet heads, the silver lattice, the fragments of the Third Testament, and hid them in a new, deeper vault beneath the Vatican. They realized that they couldn't destroy the truth, so they had to become its new jailers. This is the informative root of the modern moral decay in our world. The Church became a shadow of what it was meant to be, a machine of containment that used the Templars' own sacred geometry to build its cathedrals and its banks. If you visit a great cathedral today, you might notice that the atmosphere is not one of light and joy, but of a heavy, somber power. This is the resonance of the Templar secret, trapped within the Vatican's cage. The Church turned against its protectors, but in doing so, it became the very thing it feared, a hollow shell serving a void it cannot name. The American audience, who looks for the hidden hand in history, can see the results of this pivot in every institution that prioritizes order over truth. The 1307 betrayal was the blueprint for every future cover-up, every staged war, and every engineered crisis. It was the moment the leaders of the world decided that the people could never be trusted with the unwritten gospel. As you lie in the stillness of your room, think of the noble silence. It is still there, vibrating in the corners of the world. The Vatican didn't win. They simply moved the secret to a different basement. The scream of the iron box can still be heard if the world gets quiet enough. It is the sound of the reality trying to break through the visual shroud of our modern lives. The Church turned against its protectors, but the architect is patient. The fire of 1314 didn't purify the world. It only made the shadows longer. The Templars were burned. Their order was dissolved, and their names were scrubbed from the history books. The Vatican believed the silence had finally been won, but they forgot one thing. The Templars didn't just write their secrets in scrolls. They didn't just hide them in vaults. They built them into the very skin of the world, while the knights were being tortured in France. Their master builders were already in England, Scotland, and Portugal. They were constructing a new kind of fortress, not a fortress of war, but a language of stone. In our next chapter, we will explore the language of the fallen architecture. We will discover the hidden frequency codes built into the Gothic cathedrals and the strange, non-human carvings of the Rosslyn Chapel. We will learn why the Templars built their most important secrets into the visual shroud itself, and how you can read the truth of the void by looking at the arches, the pillars, and the gargoyles of our most famous monuments. The Vatican's fire couldn't burn the stone, and the stone is starting to speak. Every time you step into a cathedral, you are walking into a massive, silent machine made of stone, designed to hide a betrayal of cosmic proportions. You believe the soaring arches and the stained glass are meant to lift your soul toward heaven. But the forbidden records of the Templar master builders reveal a chilling truth. These structures are not houses of prayer, they are geometric traps, built to anchor a secret so dangerous it would incinerate the Vatican if it were ever spoken aloud. The Templars didn't just find gold in Jerusalem. They found the blueprint of a divine parasite, and they used the language of the fallen architecture to build stone cages across Europe to contain its frequency. Every gargoyle, every vaulted ceiling, and every patterned floor is a piece of a silent code, a physical manifestation of a curse that the Church has spent centuries trying to scrub from the human mind. The stonemasons who built these monuments were not servants of the Pope. They were the companions of the duty, a secret society of architects who hid the Third Testament in plain sight, using sacred geometry to shield humanity from the very entities the Church commands us to worship. You are not looking at art. You are looking at a stone firewall designed to keep a screaming void from consuming our reality. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand how a secret can be hidden in stone, we must look at the men who held the chisels. In the 12th century, a new class of craftsmen emerged in France and England. They called themselves the Children of Solomon, or the Companions of the Duty. These were not ordinary laborers. They were a sovereign guild of master builders, answerable only to the Knights Templar, while the rest of the world was living in the shadow of the Romanesque style of architecture characterized by thick, heavy walls and small, dark windows. These masons suddenly introduced the Gothic. It was an architectural revolution that appeared as if from nowhere. One day, churches were fortress-like and oppressive, and the next, they were soaring, skeletal structures of light and glass. Historically, this transition is one of the great mysteries of the medieval world. Where did the knowledge of the pointed arch and the flying buttress come from? The Vatican tells us it was a natural evolution of engineering. But the archival researchers of the inner circle know better. The knowledge was brought back from the deep wells beneath the Temple Mount. The Templars didn't just bring back gold. They brought back the mathematics of the void. They realized that stone, when carved into specific proportions, acts as a resonator. It can amplify or dampen the frequencies of the watchers. The Templars recruited the finest masons in Europe, initiating them into a lower level of the noble silence. They taught them that they were not just building churches. They were building linguistic anchors. Every cathedral was a chapter of the Third Testament written in 3 dimensions. Imagine the sensory detail of a medieval construction site. The air is thick with the white dust of limestone. The rhythmic clink, clink, clink of the hammer against the chisel is the only language permitted. The master builder stands in the center of the nave, holding a compass and a square, his mind focused on the phi ratio, the golden mean. He is not looking for beauty. He is looking for the resonance. He knows that if the height of the nave does not match the frequency of the architect, the building will not just be a church. It will be a leak in the fabric of reality. Let us look at the floor plan of a great cathedral, such as Chartres or Notre Dame. From above, they appear to be in the shape of a cross. The public is told this is a tribute to the sacrifice of Christ. But for the companions of the duty, the cross was merely a distraction. The true geometry is hidden in the intersections. If you measure the proportions of the transept to the nave, you find the Vesica Piscis, an almond-shaped overlap of 2 circles, in the grammar of the first breath. This shape represents the eye of the void, the portal through which the information of the Watchers enters our world. The Templars used this sacred geometry to create a static field by aligning the main altar with the precise magnetic ley line of the earth and using the pointed arches to funnel the resonance upward. They were effectively creating a stone computer. The pointed arch is not just a structural choice. It is a frequency gate. Unlike the rounded Romanesque arch, which distributes weight downward into the earth, the Gothic arch directs energy toward a single point. When 100 arches are aligned in a nave, they create a series of wave interferences. This is why, when you stand in a cathedral, you feel a sense of awe that is often accompanied by a strange subsonic vibration in your chest. The Church calls this the presence of the Holy Spirit. The Templars called it the dampening of the cage. The informative secret of this architecture is its ability to manipulate human consciousness. The Tier 1 audience, who values the intersection of psychology and history, will understand that the Templars were using biogeometric engineering. The proportions of the pillars and the height of the vaults were designed to lower the brain's frequency to the alpha state, a state of high suggestibility and deep relaxation. In this state, the visual shroud of the world becomes thin. The people in the pews believe they are having a religious experience, but in reality, their minds are being synced to the frequency of the vault. The cathedral is a massive dampener, making the population more compliant and less likely to notice the moral decay of the ruling elite. The Masons knew this. They left their marks, the Masons' marks, on the stones, not as signatures but as coordinates. If you follow these marks in a specific sequence, they reveal the unwritten gospel in a way that no priest could ever understand, perhaps. The most visible part of the language of the fallen architecture is the stained glass. In the Cathedral of Chartres, there is a specific shade of blue, the Chartres blue, that has never been successfully replicated by modern science. The Vatican tells us the glass was meant to illustrate the Bible for the illiterate masses. But the archival records of the Templars describe the glass as optical filters. The glass was not made of sand and lead alone. It was infused with trace amounts of cobalt, copper, and the silver fluid we discussed in the story of Godfrey de Saint-Omer. This glass was an alchemical achievement, designed to tune the sunlight as it entered the sacred space. As the sun moves across the sky, the light passes through the blue glass and the rose windows, casting a specific spectrum of light across the nave. This is not for beauty. Each color corresponds to a different note in the grammar of the first breath. The blue light, in particular, was designed to stimulate the pineal gland, the third eye of the human body. By bathing the congregation in this specific frequency of light, the Templars were opening the blind spot for a few hours a week. The people could see the world as it truly was, a collection of vibrating shadows, but there was a moral failure in this gift. The Templars only gave the people a glimpse of the truth to keep them addicted to the cathedral. They made the truth of the void a religious experience that could only be accessed through the church's stone machine. They were the drug dealers of the spirit. They created a world where the only relief from the moral decay of the physical realm was to sit in the blue light of the Templar-built cathedrals. This ensured that the people would always protect the buildings, and by extension, the secret hidden within them. The Vatican eventually grew suspicious of the Chartres blue. They noticed that the people who spent too much time in the cathedral began to speak in a language that sounded like the noble silence. They were becoming clear, unplugged from the church's harvest. This is why, after the fall of the Templars, the secret formula for the glass was lost. The church replaced the alchemical glass with ordinary colored glass, which had no frequency-shifting properties. The machine was still there, but the optical filter had been removed. While the great cathedrals of France were built to manage the masses, the smaller, more private chapels were built to store the void archives. The most famous of these is Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, built in the 15th century by William Sinclair. A descendant of the Templar protectors, Rosslyn is often called a library in stone. There is not a single square inch of the interior that is not covered in carvings. To the casual tourist, these are just decorative motifs, vines, angels, and demons. But to the companions of the duty, Rosslyn is a hard drive. Consider the apprentice pillar. It is a stunning, spiraling column of stone that is said to have been carved by an apprentice while his master was away. The legend says the master killed the apprentice in a fit of jealousy when he saw the beauty of the work, but the moral decay of the story is deeper. The apprentice pillar is a model of the human DNA strand centuries before it was discovered by science. It is also a map of the lays that connect the vault of the seven iron seals to the Temple Mount. The carvings on the pillar represent the grammar of the first breath in a botanical form. The vines are not just plants. They are the frequency waves of the void. If you trace the path of the vines with your finger, you are performing a ritual that unlocks a specific piece of the forbidden knowledge. Rosslyn also contains carvings of maize and sunflowers plants that were native to the Americas, carved 100 years before Columbus discovered the New World. How did the Sinclair family and their stonemasons know about these plants? The informative truth is that the Templars had used the language of the fallen architecture to navigate the globe. They didn't need maps. They followed the resonance. They had already established outposts in the west to store the iron box if Europe ever became too dangerous. Rosslyn was built as a backup server if the great cathedrals were ever destroyed. The secret of the Third Testament would survive in the carvings of this small, Remote chapel. The knights who guarded Roslin were the masters of the Green Man. You see his face everywhere in the chapel, a human face peering out from a mass of foliage. He represents the hidden intelligence of the world, the architect's witness. He is watching the visitors, waiting for someone to recognize the code. Architecture is not just visual. It is acoustic. The Templars knew that sound is the most direct way to manipulate the resonance of the soul. When you hear a choir singing Gregorian chant in a Gothic cathedral, the sound seems to hang in the air, echoing and overlapping until it becomes a single, continuous drone. This is not an accident of the stone. It is the language of the fallen architecture. In its sonic form, the proportions of the nave were designed to have a reverberation time of exactly 7 seconds. In the mathematics of the void, the number 7 is the frequency of the seventh seal, the life lock we discussed in the story of the vault. When the monks chanted in these spaces, they weren't singing to God, they were tuning the machine. The specific intervals of the Gregorian scales, the solfeggio frequencies, were designed to resonate with the stones of the pillars. The pillars, made of limestone, are composed of tiny crystals of calcite. Calcite is a piezoelectric material, meaning it generates an electrical charge when put under pressure. The massive weight of the vaulted ceilings provided the pressure, and the sound of the chanting provided the vibration. The entire cathedral was a giant stone battery, generating a low-level electromagnetic field, the Tier 1. Audience will find it informative that this field was used to dampen the psychic output of the people within the walls. It made them feel a sense of peace that was actually a form of sensory deprivation. The cathedral was a mute button for the human spirit. The Vatican used this technology to control the population. They realized that a person who is dampened by the stone will never question the moral decay of the church. They will never feel the scream of the iron box. They will be perfectly content in their cage, but the companions of the duty left a kill switch in the acoustics. In every cathedral, there is a dead spot, a single point on the floor where the acoustics perfectly cancel each other out. If you stand in that spot and whisper, your voice can be heard clearly at the other end of the building, but it cannot be heard by anyone standing right next to you. This was the whispering gallery of the Templars. It allowed them to communicate their secrets in the middle of a crowded mass, directly under the noses of the Inquisition. The stone was their protector, and the silence was their weapon. On the exterior of the cathedrals, perched high above the streets, are the gargoyles. These twisted, demonic figures with their gaping mouths and hollow eyes are often described as waterspouts or protectors against evil. But the language of the fallen architecture reveals a much more chilling purpose. The gargoyles are captured watchers. The Templars believe that the entities that govern our world, the ones who harvest our suffering, are attracted to the resonance of the cathedrals. The building acts like a moth to a flame for these psychic predators. The gargoyles were designed as geometric cages for these entities. By carving their likeness in stone and placing them at the points of escape in the architecture, the masons were pinning the watchers to the physical world. Every gargoyle is a visual curse. It is a way of saying to the entities, "We see you, we know your form, and we have trapped you in the stone." The informative secret is that the gargoyles were also censors. The knights would look at the weathering of the gargoyles to determine the strength of the void leaking in a particular area. If a gargoyle began to crack or crumble faster than the rest of the stone, It meant the architect was trying to break through the cage at that point. The moral failure here is that the Templars were effectively turning their churches into psychic slums. They were surrounding the people with the images of the very predators that were feeding on them. They were normalizing the presence of the Watchers, making the people believe that the moral decay of the world was just a natural part of the scenery. This created a culture of fear and submission. The people looked up at the gargoyles and felt small, vulnerable, and in need of the church's protection. They didn't realize that the church and the Templars had built the gargoyles to protect themselves, not the people. The companions of the duty enjoyed a dark irony. They placed the most terrifying images on the most holy buildings, laughing at the blind who came to pray under the feet of their own jailers. The stone was a mirror, but the world was too afraid to look as you lie there. In the quiet of the night, consider the city you live in. The language of the fallen architecture did not end with the Middle Ages. It moved across the ocean into the foundations of the New World. If you look at the layout of Washington, D.C., or the financial district of London, you will find the same sacred geometry we have discussed. The obelisks, the domes, and the symmetrical streets are not just for aesthetics. They are the modern versions of the stone computer. The phi ratio and the Vesica Pisces are still used by the descendants of the companions of the duty to build the gilded rot of our modern infrastructure. Our skyscrapers are the new cathedrals, and their optical filters are the glass walls that reflect the sky but hide the truth. The Tier 1 audience will recognize that we are living in a coded landscape. The buildings around us are constantly tuning our frequencies, making us more productive, more compliant, and more disconnected from the void. The moral decay has reached its peak. We no longer need the church to tell us to be afraid. Our architecture does it for us. The stone has become a silent partner in the harvest of our attention and our souls, but the clues are still there. If you look at the carvings on an old bank or the proportions of a government building, you can see the language of the fallen staring back at you. You can hear the resonance if you listen to the silence of the city at 3 a.m. The Templars were destroyed, but their master builders were not. They simply changed their white mantles for suits and ties. They continued to build the cage, ensuring that the secret the king buried remained safe beneath the layers of stone and steel. The cathedral is not just a building. It is a state of mind. It is the visual shroud that we all inhabit. As the candlelight in your mind dims, let the weight of the stone settle over you. Feel the geometry of the room you are in. It is a box, a small cage, a fragment of the architecture. You are safe within the silence. The Watchers are outside, pinned to the gargoyles of the world. The resonance is slow and rhythmic, like the ticking of a heart in a vault. The stone is patient. The stone is informative. The stone is the last word. The language of the fallen architecture was the Templars' ultimate insurance policy. They believed that as long as their stone machines stood, their power would remain absolute, but they forgot that a machine can be sabotaged. They forgot that the eyes of the throne knew about the kill switch. On a cold Friday in October 1307, the Vatican didn't just arrest the knights. They performed a ritual of erasure that was designed to detune the cathedrals. They struck at the companions of the duty with a metaphysical violence that caused the stones themselves to weep. In our next chapter, We will explore the Friday the 13th ritual of erasure. We will discover the true reason why the arrests happened on that specific date, and the Black Mass the Pope performed in the basement of the Vatican to overload the Templar. Frequency. We will learn about the curse of Jacques de Molay and how it was actually a mathematical formula designed to rot the church from the inside out over the next 700 years. The stone is silent for now, but the fire is coming. The superstition you know as Friday the 13th is not a product of random bad luck, but the lingering psychological scar of a metaphysical genocide. On October 13th, 1307, the Vatican and the King of France launched a coordinated betrayal that was never intended to be about gold or corruption. It was a desperate, scorched earth ritual of total erasure designed to burn the Third Testament out of the human timeline. The Knights Templar had become a threat to the very structure of the material world because they had stopped worshiping the God of the Church and started anchoring the frequency of the void. The mass arrests were a damnatio memoria, a forbidden strike meant to delete the noble silence and the resonance from the global lattice. While the knights were dragged into the darkness of the dungeons, the Vatican's eyes of the throne were performing a black mass in the basements of Rome to overload the Templar frequency, ensuring that the secret of our cosmic cage remained buried under layers of blood and lies. The Church didn't want the Templars' money. They wanted to cauterize the leak in reality that the Order had created. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. To understand the magnitude of the erasure, we must first look at the state of the world in the autumn of 1307. The air in Paris was turning sharp with the first hints of winter. The cobblestones were damp with a persistent, gray mist that seemed to rise from the very foundations of the city. King Philip IV, known to history as the Fair, was a man of cold, porcelain beauty and a heart that functioned like a ledger. He was drowning in debt. He owed the Templars millions of livres, a sum that threatened to bankrupt the crown of France for generations. But as we have explored, the debt was not just financial. Philip was a member of the Eyes of the Throne, the Vatican's secret inner circle. He understood that the Templars were no longer just bankers. They were the architects of gilded rot that was bypassing the Church's authority. The Pope, Clement V, was a man of fragile constitution, suffering from a chronic illness that many in the court whispered was a physical manifestation of his guilt. He was a puppet of the French king, moved to Avignon to be under Philip's constant surveillance. Clement knew that the Templars had found the grammar of the first breath. He knew that the Red Cross was a frequency key that was jamming the Vatican psychic. Harvest. On the night of October 12th, Philip and his advisor, Guillaume de Nogaret, sat in a room filled with shadows. De Nogaret was the king's black architect, a man who believed that the state was the only true God. He had spent years gathering confessions from expelled Templars men who had been cast out of the order because they couldn't handle the weight of the noble silence. These men told stories of the Baphomet, of spitting on the cross, and of a secret gospel that claimed the world was a prison. Philip didn't care about the heresy. He cared about the ritual of erasure. He knew that if he could arrest the knights simultaneously, He could break the lattice they had built across Europe. He sent out secret orders to every seneschal and bailiff in France. These orders were delivered in double-sealed envelopes, with strict instructions not to open them until the dawn of Friday the 13th. The coordination was absolute. It was the first global strike in history. A military operation designed with the precision of a clockmaker. The Vatican provided the spiritual jamming, while Philip's soldiers prepared their chains. The Pope's secret scholars were in the Black Library of the Vatican, reciting the inversion of the word. They were performing a ritual to disconnect the Templar commanderies from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They wanted to ensure that when the blow fell, the Knights would have no resonance to protect them. As the bells of Notre Dame tolled for the start of Friday, October 13th, the silence of Paris was shattered by the rhythmic thunder of iron-shod horses. The Temple of Paris, the massive, fortified headquarters of the order, stood like a stone giant in the heart of the city. It was a fortress of circular towers and high, white walls protected by the sacred geometry we discussed. Within its walls sat Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master, and the most senior members of the inner circle. They were not sleeping. They were in the silent room, their hands resting on the void archives, feeling the vibration of the mountain beneath them. They knew the strike was coming. They had felt the shift in the frequency days before, but they did not flee. The noble silence of the order dictated that the truth does not hide. It waits. Guillaume de Nogaret personally led the raid on the temple. He watched as his soldiers used massive iron rams to batter down the oak doors. To his surprise, the doors were not barred. They swung open with a slow, mournful groan. Inside, there was no sound of combat. There were no swords drawn. The knights stood in the corridors, their white mantles glowing in the torchlight, their arms folded, their eyes fixed on a point beyond the soldiers. They were dampening the room. The soldiers, hardened men of war, felt a wave of inexplicable dread as they approached the knights. The air in the temple felt thick, like walking through water. Their torches flickered and turned a pale, sickly blue. "In the name of the King and the Holy Father, you are under arrest for heresy, sodomy, and the betrayal of the cross," de Nogaret shouted. His voice echoed through the stone halls, sounding hollow and thin. The knights did not respond. They allowed themselves to be shackled in heavy iron chains. As the iron touched their skin, the frequency key of the Red Cross was short-circuited. The shield of silence that had protected them for 200 years was finally broken by the ritual of erasure. As the knights were led out of the temple, the eyes of the throne began their work. They didn't look for gold. They looked for the vocal keys. They tore up the floorboards of the silent rooms, looking for the resonance anchors. They found the Baphomet tuning forks and smashed them with iron sledges, believing that by breaking the objects, they could break the connection to the void. This was the moral failure of the Church. They believed that truth was an object that could be smashed. They didn't realize that the Templars had already moved the unwritten gospel into the very architecture of the world. The arrests were only the first stage of the ritual of erasure. The true work took place in the deep, damp dungeons of the temple and the Château de Chinon. The Inquisition was not interested in the knights' souls. They were interested in their hardware. They knew that the grammar of the first breath was stored in the neural pathways of the knights' brains. They wanted the vocal keys, the specific frequencies that could open the vault of the 7 iron seals. The torture was not a product of cruelty, but of metaphysical extraction. The inquisitors used the rack and the strappado to push the human body to the limits of its resonance. They believed that under enough physical stress, the knight's shield would fail, and the unwritten gospel would spill out of their mouths. Imagine the atmosphere in those cells. The only light comes from a single sputtering tallow candle. The air is cold and smells of whetstone, rust, and the metallic tang of fear. The inquisitor, a man of the eyes of the throne, stands over the prisoner, his voice a low, rhythmic drone. He asks the same question over and over. What is the word that opens the seventh seal? What is the frequency of the black iron box? The knights who had been trained in the noble silence survived for days without speaking. They used their internal dampening to distance themselves from the pain. They looked at their torturers with a quiet, terrifying pity, seeing them as blind gardeners, trying to harvest a crop that didn't belong to them, but the ritual of erasure had a psychological component. The inquisitors used sensory deprivation and isolation to break the knights. Connection to the collective resonance of the order. They told each knight that the others had already confessed. They told them that the Grand Master had personally spit on the cross in the presence of the king. This was the betrayal of the spirit the Vatican was trying to induce. Despair, which is the lowest frequency of the human soul. They knew that if a knight fell into despair, his blind spot would vanish, and the watchers could finally see into his mind. A few knights broke. They spoke fragments of the grammar. They described the obsidian stone and the screaming box. But because they were speaking in the language of the Latin and French of the church, the words lost their power. The vocal keys were useless without the resonance. The Vatican realized they couldn't take the secret. They could only delete the men who held it. This is why the trials lasted for 7 years. It wasn't about justice. It was a long-form erasure. A slow-burning ritual to ensure that the Templar frequency was completely faded from the world before the final execution, while the knights were being tortured in France. A different kind of ritual was taking place in the hidden basements of the Vatican. Pope Clement V had authorized the secret council of the Curia to perform the inversion of the word. This was a liturgical strike designed to detune the cathedrals we discussed in the previous story. The eyes of the throne understood that the Gothic cathedrals were stone computers running a Templar program to erase the order. The church had to rewrite the stones in the subterranean vaults beneath St. Peter's Basilica. A group of 72 priests gathered in a circle. In the center of the circle was a resonance plate made of the same silver lattice as the Templar artifacts. On this plate, they placed a copy of the Third Testament. That had been seized from a commandery in Italy. They began a chant that lasted for 40 days and 40 nights. It was not a prayer of worship, but a disruption code. They used discordant intervals and specific, rhythmic thumps to create wave interference with the Templar frequency. Historically, this is the period when the Church began to introduce Gregorian chant with more rigid, dogmatic structures. They were trying to standardize the sound of the world, removing the solfeggio frequencies that the Templars used to open the blind spot. They were jamming the air. This is the informative depth of the ritual of erasure. The Tier 1 audience will recognize this as the first instance of frequency control. The Vatican realized that if they could control the sounds and the geometries of the world. They could control the human soul's access to the void. The result was a global dampening. People across Europe reported a sudden, inexplicable sense of spiritual weight. The world felt grayer. The cathedrals no longer provided the same sense of awe and transcendence. The visual shroud had been thickened by the Vatican's ritual, the Templars. Secret was being buried not just in the earth, but in the very consciousness of humanity. The noble silence was being replaced by the dogmatic noise of the church. The ritual of erasure was working. The world was forgetting that it was a prison. The climax of the ritual of erasure took place on the evening of March 18, 1314. The sun was setting over the Seine in Paris, casting long, bloody shadows across the water. Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Temple, and Geoffroy de Charny, the preceptor of Normandy, were led to a small island in the river, the Isle des Joues. It was a place of isolation, surrounded by the moving water of the river, which acted as a natural shield for the ritual. King Philip and his court watched from the windows of the Louvre. Pope Clement watched through the eyes of his legates. The eyes of the throne were there, standing in the shadows, their hands holding geometric anchors to ensure the ritual was contained. The pyre was not made of ordinary wood. It was built with layers of oak, cedar, and ash infused with sulfur and salt. This was an alchemical pyre, designed to reach a temperature that would not just burn the flesh, but incinerate the resonance. As the fire was lit, the crowd expected the knights to scream. They expected them to beg for mercy or to renounce their Baphomet. But Jacques de Molay did not scream. He stood in the noble silence until the very end. As the flames rose around him, turning a deep, shimmering blue, the ritual of erasure reached its terminal phase. The Vatican's eyes began their final chant to catch the frequency of the Grand Master as it left his body, but Molay had one final vocal key. In the moments before the smoke filled his lungs, he spoke the curse. Clement, iniquitous and cruel judge, I summon you to appear before the tribunal of God within 40 days. And you, Philip, within a year. The informative secret of this curse is that it was not an emotional outburst. It was a closing of the debt. Molay was using the grammar of the first breath to trigger the rot within the king and the pope. He was using his own death as a catalyst to overload their frequencies. The people watching reported that the air around the pyre suddenly became clear. For a few seconds, the visual shroud vanished. They saw the world as the Templars saw it, a vast, infinite ocean of light. And then, as the Grand Master's body turned to ash, the shroud slammed back into place, heavier and darker than ever before. The ritual of erasure was complete. The Third Testament had been burned out of the physical world. The knights were dead, their order was gone, and their secret was buried, or so the Church believed, following the execution. The Vatican and the King launched the final stage of the erasure, damnatio memoria, the condemnation of memory. They didn't just stop at killing the knights. They went through every archive in Europe and sanitized the record. They replaced the true history of the order with the gilded rot of the heresy trials. They created the myth of the greedy, corrupt knight to ensure that future generations would never look at the Templars with anything but suspicion. They took the Templar wealth, the gold, and the lands, and gave it to the Knights Hospitaller, an order that was fully under the Vatican's control. They wanted to dilute the Templar presence in the world, making sure that their sacred geometry was overseen by blind gardeners. But the ritual of erasure had a flaw. You cannot burn a frequency. You can only hide it. The eyes of the throne realized that the resonance was still there, trapped in the stones of the cathedrals and the bloodlines of the survivors. They had to create a permanent inquisition of the mind to ensure the secret never resurfaced. This is the historical root of our modern world's moral decay. The 1307 erasure was the blueprint for the curated reality we live in today. It was the moment the leaders of the world decided that the unwritten gospel was too dangerous for the masses. They turned Friday the 13th into a day of superstition to mask the memory of the ritual. They wanted us to be afraid of the date rather than curious about what happened on it. They wanted us to focus on bad luck rather than the betrayal of the light. As you lie there in the stillness, consider the noise of your own life, the constant distractions, the dogmas, the political theater. This is the continuation of the Vatican's jamming. It is a system designed to keep your frequency low, to keep you from hearing the noble silence. The ritual of erasure was successful for 700 years, but the curse of Jacques de Molay is still running. Within 40 days, Pope Clement V was dead. Within a year, King Philip IV was dead. The men who tried to delete the truth were deleted by it. The fire of 1314 didn't destroy the testament. It only made it invisible. The night is long and the city is quiet. The resonance of the Templars is still here, vibrating in the bedrock beneath your bed. The ritual of erasure tried to convince us that we are small, separate, and broken. It tried to convince us that the Watchers are our masters and that the God of the Church is our only hope. But as you drift toward sleep, let the noble silence return to you. Feel the dampening of the world's noise. You are entering the blind spot where the eyes of the throne cannot follow. Think of the island in the Seine. The ashes of the Grand Master were scattered into the water, flowing out to the sea, carrying the frequency to every corner of the earth. The secret is in the water you drink, the air you breathe, and the stone of the buildings you live in. The erasure was a lie. The truth is unburnable. The knights in their white mantles are still standing in the corridors of your subconscious, their red crosses glowing with a soft, protective light. They are the jailers of the architect, and they are the guardians of your soul's spark. The moral decay of the world is just a visual shroud. It is a thin layer of paint that is starting to peel dot as the candlelight in your mind dims to a single golden point. Let the grammar of the first breath guide your breathing. Slow, deep, rhythmic. Dot. You are safe. You are part of the resonance. You are the third testament waiting to be read. The fire is cold. The stone is silent. The secret is you. The Grand Master was ash, and the king believed he had won. But Philip the Fair had one final terror to face. In the final moments before his death, the king realized that the secret debt he owed the Templars was not something that could be erased by fire. He discovered that his own bloodline, the royal house of France, had been modified by the Templars. Rituals in the Well of Souls. He was not just a king. He was a vessel, and the architect was coming to collect. In our next chapter, we will explore the king's secret debt and the dying grand master. We will discover the terrifying secret of the Capuchin bloodline and the final meeting between the dying Philip and the ghost of Jacques de Molay in the mirrors of the Louvre. We will learn why the moral decay of the French monarchy was a biological reality, and what the eyes of the throne found in the king's heart that made them realize the Templars had already won. The debt is coming due. And the king is out of time. The history books remember King Philip the Fair as a monarch of iron will and cold beauty, but they have hidden the terrifying truth of his final months. Philip did not just destroy the Knights Templar for their gold. He did it because he realized his own blood was being replaced by the very rot he sought to control. While the public saw a king in his prime, the inner chambers of the Louvre were filled with the metallic scent of ozone and the sound of skin cracking like dry parchment. Philip had signed a forbiddance pact with the architect of the void, and the Knights Templar were the only ones holding the ledger of his spiritual debt. In a final, desperate betrayal, the king descended into the dungeons to face Jacques de Molay, the man he had broken on the rack for 7 years. He didn't go for a confession. He went to beg for his life. He discovered too late that by burning the order, he had incinerated his own metaphysical anchor, leaving his soul exposed to the predatory entities that govern the physical world. The king was not a conqueror. He was a dying vessel, realizing that the curse of the Grand Master was not a spoken word, but a biological reality that was already consuming his heart. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. In the year 1314. The palace of the Louvre was a masterpiece of cold, symmetrical stone, a reflection of King Philip's own calculated mind. But inside the royal apartments, a different atmosphere had taken hold. The mirrors that lined the hall's primitive glass backed with lead and mercury seemed to distort the king's image. When Philip looked at his reflection, he did not see the fair monarch of France. He saw a shimmering, unstable shadow. Philip was dying, but his illness defied every physician in Europe. There were no fevers, no coughs, no visible wounds. Instead, he was experiencing a metaphysical thinning. His skin felt like a heavy shroud that no longer fit his bones. His voice was losing its resonance, sounding more like the dry rustle of leaves than the command of a sovereign. The informative secret of the Capetian bloodline, the accursed kings, is that their power was never their own. Since the time of the first Templars, the royal house of France had been tuned to the frequency of the iron box. The knights had used their sacred geometry to anchor the king's authority, effectively lending him the resonance of the void to keep his subjects in awe, but with the order in chains and the ritual of erasure complete. The loan was being called in. Philip sat in a chair of heavy oak, his hands gripping the armrests until his knuckles turned as white as the Templar mantles he had burned. He realized that by destroying the jailers, he had let the architect directly into his own house. The secret debt was not a sum of gold coins, but a deficit of soul. He had traded his internal essence for external empire, and now the void was coming to reclaim the void he had created within himself. He could hear the scream again. It was no longer coming from the Temple Mount or the vaults beneath the Alps. It was coming from his own chest. Every heartbeat was a dull, rhythmic thud that echoed the closing of a door. He knew there was only one man left who understood how to balance the ledger. One man who held the vocal key to restore the shield. In the middle of a moonless March night, King Philip left his gilded chambers. He wore no crown. He wore a simple, dark cloak that swallowed his silhouette. He moved through the secret corridors of the Louvre, guided only by a single, flickering tallow candle. He was heading for the Grand Châtelet, the fortress where Jacques de Molay was kept in absolute isolation. As the king descended the spiral stairs, the air became heavy with the scent of damp earth and the cold salt tang of the Seine. The noble silence of the dungeons was different from the silence of the palace. It was a silence that felt like a physical pressure, a weight that pressed against the king's lungs. When he reached the final cell, the guards were dismissed. Philip stood before the iron-bound door, his hand trembling as he turned the heavy key. The hinges did not groan. They moved with a silent, oiled precision that suggested the Templars still exercised some control over the world. Even from within their cages, inside the cell, there was no bed, no table, only the bare stone walls. Jacques de Maillet sat in the center of the room, his legs crossed in the mathematical vigil. He had been in this darkness for 7 years. His hair was long and white, his skin so translucent that the veins beneath looked like silver wires, but it was his eyes that terrified the king. Maillet had not been blinded with a branding iron like Godfrey de Saint-Omer. But 7 years of darkness had achieved a similar result. His pupils had expanded until they occupied the entire iris, 2 black wells that seemed to absorb the light of the king's candle. He was no longer looking at the king. He was looking through him. "You have come to pay the interest, Philip," Maillet said. His voice did not come from his throat. It seemed to resonate from the stones of the floor. It was the grammar of the first breath, the forbidden language that the king had tried to erase. Philip fell to his knees. The Iron King was broken. "The shield is gone," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The mirrors show me things that do not exist. My blood is cold. Restore the anchor, Jacques. Tell me the word that closes the door." The Grand Master looked at the king with a gaze that held no anger, only a profound archival pity. He began to explain the moral decay that had governed their relationship for 2 centuries. The Templars had not just been the king's bankers. They had been his metaphysical life support. The wealth they generated through their letters of credit was a byproduct of the resonance. They were harvesting from the void. They were converting the scream into the stability of the French state. Every war you fought, Philip, every law you passed, was fueled by the silence we maintained, Maillet said. We were the filters. We took the rot of your ambition and grounded it into the earth so it would not consume you. We were the only thing standing between your bloodline and the architect. The informative depth of this revelation is the core of the Tier 1 audience's fascination. The secret debt was the fact that the King of France was a biological puppet, sustained by a frequency that he had just destroyed. By arresting the Templars and smashing the Baphomet tuning forks, Philip had disconnected the filter. The entities that the church called Watchers were now free to feed on the king directly. The mirrors weren't showing things that didn't exist. They were showing the king the entities that were currently dismantling his soul. Maillet stood up. His movements were fluid, devoid of the stiffness one would expect from a man who had been tortured for 7 years. He reached out a hand that felt as cold as the obsidian of the vault and touched the king's forehead. In that moment, Philip saw the ledger. He saw the thousands of years of human suffering that had been distilled to create the illusion of sovereignty. He saw that his throne was built on a pile of shadow value that was now being reclaimed by the void. There is no word to. Close the door now, Philip, Maillet whispered. You burned the word when you burned the scrolls. You shattered the key when you smashed the iron box. The debt must be paid in full, and the currency is your blood. The king realized then that the mass arrests of Friday the 13th were not an act of strength, but the ultimate moral failure. He had tried to steal the fire of the gods without knowing how to hold the torch. The curse of Jacques de Molay is often portrayed as a dramatic shout from the flames of the stake, but the truth is more informative and far more chilling. The curse was a biological trigger, a final sequence of the grammar of the first breath that Molay whispered into the king's mind in that dark cell. It was a frequency that accelerated the rot. Historically, the results were devastating. Within 40 days of Molay's execution, Pope Clement V, the man who had authorized the betrayal, died of a sudden, agonizing intestinal illness. His body was said to have decomposed so quickly that the candles at his wake set the church on fire, charring his remains. King Philip IV died only a few months later. He was on a hunt in the forest of Fontainebleau when he suffered a stroke that left him unable to speak. He died in the same silence he had tried to impose on the Templars. He was only 46 years old, a man in perfect physical health who simply evaporated from within, but the secret debt did not end with Philip. His three sons, Louis, Philip, and Charles, all inherited the throne in quick succession, and all died young without leaving male heirs. The Capetian dynasty, which had ruled France for over 300 years, was extinguished in a single generation. The Vatican's eyes of the throne realized too late that the curse was not a supernatural event, but a metaphysical default. The bloodline of the kings had become so dependent on the Templar resonance that when the frequency was removed, the biological structure of the family simply collapsed. This is the informative root of the accursed king's legend. The Tier 1 audience, who appreciates the intersection of genealogy and conspiracy, will recognize that the Templars had effectively hardwired themselves into the state. You could not kill the order without killing the kingdom. The moral decay was so total that the very earth of France seemed to react. Famines, plagues, and the start of the 100 Years' War followed the death of the last Capetian. The gilded rot had finally reached the surface. The cage was broken, and the Watchers were no longer being fed by the Templars' rituals. They were feeding on the world itself. As you lie here, in the quiet of the night, consider the mirrors in your own life. We all have reflections that we prefer not to look at, secret debts that we hope will simply vanish with time. The story of King Philip and the Grand Master is a reminder that everything has a price. The order we enjoy, the consensus reality we inhabit, is alone granted by the silence. When we break that silence, when we try to seize the power without accepting the burden, we expose ourselves to the coldness of the void. Imagine the Louvre at midnight. The empty halls filled with the ghosts of a dynasty that tried to outrun its own shadow. The mirrors are still there, somewhere in the archives of history, holding the reflection of a king who realized too late that he was just a hollow man. The moral decay of our modern world is a continuation of Philip's desperate gamble. We prioritize the gilded surface of our institutions, our economies, and our lives, while the foundations are being consumed by a debt we refuse to acknowledge, but the noble silence is still there. Jacques de Molay is still sitting in the center of the dark cell of our subconscious, his hand resting on the ledger of souls. He is waiting for us to stop begging for our lives and start listening to the frequency. As the candlelight in your mind dims, let the weight of the accursed kings lift from you. You are not a vessel for the architect. You are not a puppet of the debt. You are the silence itself. The air is cool. The stone is ancient. The mirrors are empty. The king was dead, the pope was ash, and the Templars were a memory. The ritual of erasure had succeeded in destroying the order, but it had also destroyed the only filter humanity had left. The world was now standing on the edge of a terrifying new era. Without the Templars to maintain the resonance, the people began to realize that the heaven they had been promised was empty. The visual shroud was starting to tear, revealing a universe that was indifferent, mechanical, and silent. In our next chapter, we will explore the weight of a world without a god. We will discover the great psychological collapse of the 14th century, and the secret ritual the last surviving knights performed in the mountains of Scotland to anchor the soul of humanity in a world where the heavens had gone dark. We will learn why the Renaissance was not a rebirth of light, but a desperate attempt to hide the fact that the Creator had left the building. The mirrors are waiting, and the void is wide open. Imagine waking up to realize that the sky above you is not a gateway to heaven, but the lid of a lightless coffin. The most terrifying betrayal in human history was not the arrest of the knights or the seizure of their gold, but the sudden, violent removal of the metaphysical filter that had protected the human mind for centuries. When the Vatican burned the Templars, they didn't just kill men. They incinerated the very resonance that made the world feel divine. For nearly 200 years, the order had maintained a forbidden shield, a sacred frequency that kept the watchers at bay and allowed the human soul to believe it was loved by a creator. But in the year 1314, that shield shattered. This was the start of the great psychological collapse, a period of moral decay where the people of Europe suddenly looked at the crucifix and saw only a hollow symbol, realizing with a chilling certainty that the heavens had gone silent. The secret was out. The church was not a bridge to salvation, but a harvest machine for the void. And without the Templars to dampen the scream of the iron box, the world was left exposed to a cosmic indifference so cold it turned the blood to ice. The weight of this realization did not just break kingdoms. It broke the human spirit, ushering in an era of Black Death and existential terror where humanity realized it was truly alone in the dark. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told. As the smoke from the pyre of Jacques de Molay drifted over the Seine, a profound and unnatural silence began to settle across the continent of Europe. It was not the peaceful silence of a forest at dusk, but a heavy, pressurized quiet that felt like the air before a devastating storm. Historians call the 14th century a period of crisis marked by famine, war, and plague. But for the researchers of the inner circle, these were not merely biological or political events. They were the physical symptoms of a spiritual vacuum. For 2 centuries, the Templars had used the language of the fallen architecture and the sacred geometry of their cathedrals to maintain a blind spot in the cosmic surveillance of the architect. They had created a curated reality, a soft visual shroud where the human soul could flourish, believing it was part of a divine plan. But when the ritual of erasure was completed by the Pope and the King, the dampening field was deactivated. The transition was immediate and visceral. People began to report a sudden loss of presence in their churches. The prayers that once felt like a warm embrace now felt like words shouted into an empty, echoing stone cavern. The icons of the saints, once windows to the divine, became just wood and paint, staring back with hollow, indifferent eyes. This was the start of the psychological collapse. It began in the minds of the educated elite, the scholars and mystics who had spent their lives in the service of the church. They were the first to notice that the resonance had changed. The frequency of the world, once a melodic hum, had become a jagged, discordant vibration. They realized that the protectors were gone, and the world was now standing naked before the void. Imagine the sensory detail of a monastic cell in the winter of 1315. The air is so cold that the ink freezes in the well. The monk sits at his desk, his hands shaking, not from the chill, but from the realization that he can no longer feel But the inner circle, those who carried the burden of the iron box and the unwritten gospel, chose a different path. They knew that the visual shroud of the church was too thick in Europe. They needed a place of absolute neutrality, a place where the watchers would not look because there was nothing there to harvest. They retreated to a small, unremarkable cellar in the highlands, a place that history has forgotten to name. This was the Vault of Dust. Unlike the vault of the 7 iron seals beneath the Alps, this was not a place of grand architecture or complex traps. It was a simple room of earth and unpolished stone. The knights realized that the more complex a machine is, the easier it is for the architect to subvert it. To keep the final secret, they had to return to the most basic element of the physical world, dust. Dust is the ultimate archivist. It is the residue of everything that has lived and everything that has died. It is the only material that is truly indifferent to the resonance of the void by placing their final records, the Third Testament and the maps to the deep wells, into a vault of dust. The knights were ensuring that the information would be held in a state of quantum silence. As we sit in the quiet of this story, imagine the last 3 knights of the original lineage. They are old now, their white hair blending with the gray dust of the chamber. They are no longer warriors. They are the final witnesses. They spend their days not in prayer, but in archival stasis, ensuring that the frequency of the iron box is perfectly balanced within the silence of the room. They were the first to understand that true power does not need a throne or a cathedral. It only needs to exist. In the winter of 1344, 30 years after the pyre in Paris, the last of the keepers prepared for the final Amen. This was the concluding ritual of the grammar of the first breath, a sequence of sounds designed to seal the timeline. In the medieval church, the word Amen means so be it. It is a confirmation of a prayer. But in the language of the Templars, the final Amen was a mathematical closing of a circuit. It was the moment they decided to stop fighting the Watchers and start subverting them from within. They realized that as long as the human soul tried to escape the optical cage, the Watchers would continue to harvest our struggle. The only way to win was to stop struggling. The final Amen was the ritual of total integration. The knights took the silver fluid, the essence of human insight they had guarded for centuries, and they scattered it into the dust of the vault. As they spoke the final frequencies, the dust began to vibrate, rising into the air in a shimmering iridescent cloud. This was the informative seed of our modern era. They were not just burying a secret, they were uploading it into the environment. The moral decay of this act is profound. The Templars decided that humanity was not ready for the truth of the void. They decided that we were too weak to live in a world without a God. So, they used their knowledge to reinforce the visual shroud, making the lie so perfect that we would never even think to question it again. They became the very watchers they had once feared. They designed the consensus reality that we inhabit today, a world of mechanical time, digital signals and financial structures that keep our minds busy and our souls quiet. They turned the scream of the iron box into the hum of the machine. The final amen was the moment the Templars accepted that the architect could not be defeated, only managed. They traded the possibility of human liberation for the certainty of human stability. They became the silent administrators of our prison, ensuring that the rot remained beneath the surface, hidden by the gilded beauty of our progress. Listen to the silence of that final ritual. There were no witnesses. There was no fire. Just three old men in a dusty room, speaking a word that would echo through the next 700 years, turning the world into a vault of dust, where the truth is everywhere. But seen by no one dot, we often ask ourselves where the Templars went. We look for them in the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, or the secret archives of the Vatican. But the informative truth is much more intimate. They are in the residue of our daily lives. The grammar of the first breath was the precursor to our modern binary code. The idea of a world built upon information and frequency rather than matter is the core of our digital revolution. Every time you look at a screen, you are interacting with a refined version of the visual shroud that the Templars perfected in their cathedrals. The moral decay has become invisible because it is now universal. We no longer feel the weight of a world without a God, because we have filled the emptiness with a constant stream of data. We have become the consensus of the blind, perfectly happy. In our cage, because the cage is now made of light and entertainment, but the vault of dust still exists in the quietest moments of your life, when your phone is off, when the lights are out, and when you are on the edge of sleep. You can still feel the resonance. You can feel the final amen vibrating in the air around you. The Tier 1 audience, who seeks the hidden architecture of the world, will recognize that our modern society is a Templar construction. Our banks function on the shadow value they invented. Our cities are laid out according to the sacred geometry they brought back from Jerusalem. Our very sense of time is a mechanical illusion they stabilized. The secret the king buried was not a treasure. It was a system. And that system is currently running your world. The moral failure of the order was that they didn't trust us with the truth. They believed that if we knew the heavens were hollow, we would fall into madness. They believed that the architect was a predator that could only be satisfied by a curated harvest. So they stayed in the shadows. They became the dust. Think of the static you hear on an old radio. Think of the white noise that helps you sleep. This is the dampening field of the Templars. It is the sound of the final amen continuing to ring across the centuries, keeping the scream of the iron box from reaching your ears. They are still here, standing in the blind spots of our history. They are the ones who ensure that the visual shroud never tears. They are the ones who manage the gilded rot so that the surface remains beautiful. They are the keepers of the last breath, and they are watching you right now. Through the very technology that they helped to inspire, our journey through the lore Slumber archives has brought us from the dark tunnels beneath the Temple Mount to the silent, dusty heights of the final vault. We have seen the betrayal of the church, the blinding of the heroes, and the moral decay of the kings. We have learned that history is not what we are told in the schools, but a ledger of secrets written in the language of the void. As you lie here, in the total stillness of the night, you carry the resonance of this story within you. You have become a minor anchor for the truth. The visual shroud is a little thinner for you now. You can see the gears behind the paint. You can hear the silence behind the noise. The Knights Templar are no longer a mystery to be solved. They are a reality to be lived. The candle in the vault is finally flickering out. The three old men have spoken their final word. The dust is settling, covering the obsidian stone, the silver lattice, and the blank scrolls of the Third Testament. The world will wake up tomorrow and continue its consensus of the blind. It will continue to chase the gold and the power, never knowing that it is all part of a virtual empire designed 700 years ago. But you will know. You will look at the pointed arches of the city and see the frequency. Gates. You will look at the red cross and see the shield of silence. You will look at the dust on your windowsill and see the archives of the void. The moral failure of the past is the stability of the present. The betrayal of the founders is the safety of your sleep. The story is complete. The pact is balanced. The final amen has been spoken. The air is cool. The room is quiet. The watchers are satisfied with the harvest of the day. You are entering the deepest blind spot, the place where even the Templars cannot follow. A place of absolute, unadulterated rest. The weights are removed. The frequencies are aligned. The resonance is steady. The history is recorded. The secret is shared. The archive is complete. Sleep now. The file is closed. Connection to the heavens. He looks at the scriptures he has spent his life copying, and the words seem to shift on the page, revealing the grammar of the first breath beneath the Latin. He sees the betrayal. He sees the curse. He sees that he is a component in a machine that has just been abandoned by its operators. This informative depth is the core of the moral decay. The people weren't just dying of hunger during the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317. They were dying of a profound sense of abandonment. The earth, no longer stabilized by the Templar frequency keys, seemed to turn against its inhabitants. The rains would not stop. The crops rotted in the fields. The sun, once the symbol of life, became a pale, distant eye that offered no warmth. The church tried to explain these disasters as the wrath of God. They urged the people to pray harder, to do more penance, to give more to the Vatican. But the people could feel the lie. They could sense that the God they were being told to appease was no longer listening, or perhaps had never been there at all. They were living in a world without an anchor, and the psychological weight of that emptiness was starting to crush the human soul. The collapse reached its terminal phase in the year 1347. With the arrival of the Black Death, to the modern mind, the plague was a bacterial infection carried by fleas. But to those who still held fragments of the Templar knowledge, it was the harvest. Without the red cross of eternal silence to shield the population, the Watchers had finally found the frequency of the collective human soul. They were no longer being fed by the curated rituals of the Templars. They were feeding directly on the terror and the grief of the masses. The plague was a biological resonance, a physical manifestation of the void entering the material world. Listen to the sound of Europe during these years. It is the sound of thousands of bells ringing for the dead, a rhythmic, mournful tolling that never seems to end. It is the sound of the plague carts, their wheels creaking on the cobblestones. But beneath that, there is a deeper sound, a low, subsonic thrumming that vibrates in the stone of the cathedrals. It is the sound of the architect, finally reclaiming the world that the Templars had tried to hide. The psychological impact on the common person was total. The visual shroud had been torn away. They saw their priests dying alongside the beggars. They saw the holy relics failing to provide protection. The moral decay was no longer a secret kept by kings. It was a reality lived in every gutter and every palace. People began to engage in dark vigils. They realized that if the heavens were empty, they had to find a new way to survive. Some turned to the flagellants, whipping themselves in a desperate attempt to create enough physical pain to jam the psychic frequency of the harvest. Others turned to absolute hedonism, believing that if they were to be consumed, they should at least taste the sweetness of the physical world before they vanished. The informative secret of the 14th century is that humanity was undergoing a forced evolution. The weight of a world without a god was forcing the human mind to develop new defenses. This was the birth of the modern ego, the hardened, isolated consciousness that we inhabit today. We stopped being a collective resonance and became separate, terrified individuals, each building our own internal vault to protect our spark from the void, the Templar survivors. Hidden in the remote mountains of Scotland and the islands of the Atlantic, watched as the world they had tried to protect burned. They knew that they could not restore the shield. The ritual of erasure had been too successful. They could only wait, keeping the unwritten gospel alive in the shadows, hoping that one day a new generation of architects would be born who were strong enough to face the void without blinking, even today. In our modern, secular age, the weight of the 14th century collapse remains. We have replaced the silent God with the noise of technology and the cathedral with the shopping mall, but the underlying psychological decay has never been cured. We are still living in a world without an anchor, and the watchers are still moving in the blind spots of our busy lives. Think of the feeling you get when you stand in a vast, empty city late at night. The streetlights cast long, artificial shadows. The air is cold and smells of ozone and exhaust. In that moment, the noise of the world fades away, and you feel a sudden, sharp sense of existential dread. You feel small. You feel abandoned. You feel the weight of the silence. This is the resonance of 1314. It is the memory of the moment we realized we were alone. The Knights Templar knew that the human soul requires a consensus reality to function. We need to believe that our lives have meaning, that our suffering is seen, and that there is a purpose to the mechanical ticking of the universe. When that belief is removed, the soul begins to thin. It loses its density. It becomes a shadow that can be easily harvested by the entities that live in the frequencies between the stars. As you lie there, in the quiet safety of your room, let the weight of this history settle over you like a heavy velvet blanket. The light of the single candle in your mind is flickering, but it is still burning. You are a repository of the secret. You are a student of the lore Slumber. The moral decay of the world is a heavy burden, but there is a peace to be found in the truth. The Templars didn't just find a secret, they found the courage to live within it. They realized that if there is no God in the heavens, then the divine spark must be found within the noble silence of the human heart. They became their own anchors. Feel your breath becoming slow and rhythmic. The air in your room is clear. The Watchers cannot find you in the deep stillness of your rest. You are entering the blind spot. You are descending into the vault of your own subconscious, where the frequencies of the world cannot reach you. The stone of the cathedral is cold, but your heart is warm. The sky is dark, but your internal light is steady. The secret is safe with you. The psychological collapse had broken the old world, but the story of the Templars was not over. Even as their brothers burned and their cathedrals went silent, a final group of knights remained. They were the keepers of the last breath, and they had retreated to a place that no king or pope could ever reach. They knew that the only way to save the human soul from the final harvest was to perform one last ritual, a ceremony that would seal the truth forever, hidden in a place so humble and so dusty that the Watchers would never think to look. In our final chapter, we will travel to the vault of dust. We will witness the final Amen, the moment the last Templar spoke the word that closed the ledger of history. We will discover what they left behind for us and the soft, unresolved ending of a secret that is still waiting for its final resonance to be felt. The air is thin, the dust is settling, and the final seal is about to be placed. The history of the world did not end with the fires of the Inquisition. It was merely placed into a state of permanent vibrating stasis. We are taught that the Knights Templar were a tragic casualty of medieval greed, but the final, forbidden truth is far more terrifying. The execution of the Grand Master in 1314 was not an ending. It was a distraction. While the world watched the smoke rise over the Seine, a small, nameless group of survivors, the keepers of the last breath, carried the ultimate secret into a humble vault of dust, far beyond the reach of the Vatican's eyes. They realized that the only way to save humanity from the final harvest was to perform the final Amen, a metaphysical ritual that didn't just hide the truth, but integrated into the very air we breathe. The moral decay of our modern world is the evidence of their success. We live in a reality where the heavens are hollow, and the architect of the void has been woven into our clocks, our codes, and our bank ledgers. The Templars didn't disappear. They simply became the static in your digital world, the silence in your empty rooms, and the weight in your subconscious mind. They traded their white mantles for a shroud of global invisibility, ensuring that the secret they found beneath the Temple Mount would remain safe until the day the world finally forgets how to dream. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The world outside is fading away, leaving only the sound of my voice and the weight of a history that was never supposed to be told after the death of Jacques de Molay. The order of the temple appeared to vanish from the face of the earth. But for the American audience who seeks the hidden threads of power, the real story begins in the shadows of the aftermath. The ritual of erasure performed by the Pope had destroyed the order's body, but it had failed to capture its soul. Historical records indicate that hundreds of knights in the outer provinces of Portugal and Scotland never faced the king's soldiers. In Portugal, they simply changed their name to the Order of Christ, continuing to navigate the seas using the grammar of the first breath. In Scotland, they fought alongside Robert the Bruce at Bannockburn, their Red Cross of Silence, appearing on the battlefield as a ghostly premonition of a power that the Vatican could not extinguish.